We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you two run along and kill each other. Those two could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked Mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked Mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Say what you're saying, Martin.
You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act.
Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry. I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude. Okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If you guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger, do you even know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first match of the evening here at the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Aaron Contrachen. Alongside with me is Play of the J. And of course, we'll be kicking things off. And of course, we do apologize for a little bit of. We'll get the show on the road real soon. Once again, thanks to PUBG Corporation, KK Revolutions, Geek Events, and Cause and Effect. And we will also like to thank you guys for tuning in this evening. So, Jay, I believe that we are ready for our run. Oh, how you
Oh
feeling
yeah,
right
we
there?
are really ready here, and yeah, just got our hopes up a little bit in the previous moment there, but yeah, hopefully we will be able to get in with this game, and a lot of high expectations going in there, and I mean, like we're antsy to get things on. Imagine how the players must feel, that they really want to get this going, and they already managed to have a practice scrim as well before these matches, so they're already plotting out what are their actual moves when they're actually going to start out with this game. So yeah, again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for all your patience this evening. And honestly, I think this first match here is always going to be the one that these teams have to really come out with guns blazing here, as otherwise it's hard to get your momentum. And like we saw CGM Wolf, it took them a little bit yesterday to get into their groove, if I dare say.
Yeah, and I do believe that they do have a whole lot more to prove throughout the entirety of the grand finals. We'll see whether or not will they be able to at least catch up with the top of the ladder. As sometimes you may not need those chicken dinners to be able to top the board if you can get a whole lot of that frag volume going underway. So who knows, CGM Wolf, if they can just consistently be on this same sort of pace as well, it's going to be pretty good for the team. But hey, of course, sometimes when you're so close to securing those chicken dinners, it can be rather tilting. So they got to go in for those mental resets from time to time if that ever happens. So yeah, and not only that, we do have other teams like Team Max or Curated who did decently well. I do hope to see them climb up the charts as well. As for teams like Kurohara, they are still on that single-digit mark. They seem to be having some difficult times back in day one.
Yeah, a little bit difficult, but I think everyone's going to have their moments, and we did see bouncing back of, like, say for example, the likes of Bad Boys Gaming, FFG KXS. They came in with high expectations as well. They managed to get decent results as well on the Miramar segment as well. So I mean, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of changes here. And let's not forget, we did also have like Huruhara. They had to run into like the rejects, as did everyone else and everything. So happening at the wrong part of the game, is always going to impact the ability to really post some serious points on the board there. But yeah, they are almost they just need to turn a little bit of a corner, and I have the faith that they're going to be able to get something going here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready here to get going with match number 6 here of the PUBG Singapore Malaysia series. Looking at Battle Arena Elites, they are our current leaders, and it's going to be interesting if the chasing pack can catch up to them. Currently, the rejects, comprising of 2 former members from Battle Arena Elites, they are in hot pursuit, just 4 points behind, so they'll be looking to really get one back up over their former teammates.
Yeah, and their former teammates are looking pretty much fuming in a couple of those rounds where, they've already got that lead at one point, and the next round, it seems like they were not really having the best time, and somehow Battle Arena Elites did manage to exact vengeance by eliminating members of the side of TR, but they still managed to bounce back, so we'll see these 2 top-tier teams here fight more or less throughout the entirety day. And now, with this flight path, we're seeing it cut from the eastern side all the way down towards the southern end.
Yeah, and this is already going to be reducing a little bit of the play area. If we had that same Alcantara, La Cabrera circle that we had in match 4 yesterday, definitely is going to be a little bit awkward, and it would probably see some fast rotations. But we'll see how it goes. Right now, we are going to see that CGM Wolf is going to be spread out a little bit here. They did pretty good job as the start of the Miramar round. So they could probably continue with the kind of momentum that they're able to show. And yeah, I think when the nature of these matches that we have over the course of the 6 days, you're definitely going to be having the chance to play essentially the same map 5 times in a row. So if you're not going to get momentum this way, then I don't know when you are.
Yeah, and you know, it's usually even after those scrim runs, which is supposed to be the warm-up run, they still don't really. Maybe some of them went out a little bit too soon. They might not get all too much of that guns all too warmed up, or you know, some empty bullets in the chamber, or shooting blanks in particular. They really gotta make sure that they get themselves ready. Maybe a couple of hours to go play a couple of games before heading in towards the tournament. It seems like the rejects are already on the move here with Batman driving this vehicle all across, as they already are on top of the circle, but there's nothing much to loot from the southern end.
Yeah, so it looks like our first zone here is going to be quite central and neutral, and right now we're already getting some shots fired by PMA, as of course we're having the likes of Team Rejects going through Picado, and could be attracting a little bit more fire than they would have wanted to, but it is Picado. There is going to be a team there. Currently, PMA has been very aggressive at taking these very central drop positions, and yeah, this early rotation from the Rejects is very Battle Arena-esque, I would dare say. Battle Arena elites, though, will be around Minas and Morales, and oh no, look at Spaggy getting knocked down straight away. Miracle is going to be able to claim the first frag there of the day. And yes, unfortunately, we did start with only 63 players there. So Cryptid, I do believe, is playing a man down from the start, but does look like the Rejects will be following suit.
Oh, this looks pretty tough. And as for Spaggy, he's pretty separated from the rest of the members of the Rejects, and there's nobody backing him anyway. So he has to bow out from the get-go, and this definitely gives PMA a little bit of that head start in towards this Miramar matchup, while most of the other teams will need to find a little bit of that early rotation. As for Team Bad Boys, they are by the corner of Capital Military. That will be a long journey in towards the center, as they have to get past perhaps Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a dicey one if they really want to force it, but I think they're going to know that given how the circle looks and how neutral it is. Oh, nice wheelie coming out there from Wellet, but they're going to be pretty aware that it's difficult to find their way into the spaces. Like if we looked at match number 5 yesterday, it was quite a neutral circle, you know, contrasting with all the previous ones that we saw in the first 4 rounds. Yeah, no, a lot of teams really tried to go and dive bomb right in the center of it. They really waited for the right opportunity for significant shift in the later circles.
Yeah, and I believe that they will take maybe a little bit of a slower pace once they get themselves already inside phase 1. While teams like 24K, they have already loaded up Lost Lunas in the span of a minute, it seems. They are well on their way.
Sorry, is on the field here through Old Man. Let's see what he's able to do with it. We did see that Elliot did manage to get one AWM kill in yesterday's competition.
Yeah, and not only that, he got it decked out with an 8 times as well. So he will be having some crystal clear shots across those hills. Now Tactical Rail will be using the motorbike to just sprint across all these tough terrains. One of the best options to move around with speed, of course, but some of all these players out there, they like to also clamp by the corner of the roadside. Oh, well, say we have Blood already looking for his very first backup of the day. He will get that first knock alongside with Never Horror to bring down Kenny 9X.
Yeah, so they are starting to leg it here, but 24K is not quite out of the woods at the moment. Sophia going to be on Overwatch at the moment, and Kenny, yeah, he's going to have the entirety of his team to try and cover him. Wolf is also in a little bit of a pin position. They're trying to really return a little bit more fire towards the BAE players if they can. That's definitely going to, you know, keep their heads down, and they can probably get a successful res off here. But off the pan here is proving to be quite precarious right now. There's going to be potential for other teams to get in on the action. Blood just getting down in the nick of time with just a fraction of HP.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous spot for Battle Arena Elites to really hold on to. There are members of PMA close by where we see a three-way warfare going on as well. 24K, they are stuck in between a rock and a hard place with members inside of Picado also pointing a gun at them.
Yeah, and Izo here is just really trying to hit the deck as best as he can, and this is really attracting a lot of the wrong attention. As you can see, PMA is starting to shoot at 24K as well. This is not exactly how they wanted it to happen. Battle Arena Elites, they're picking their fight very well here. They know that they're going to be on top of the elevation area at the moment, and that's going to really prevent other teams from really, being able to get the angles onto them. They're very aware of what is possible, what's not. PA actually going to be shooting at other targets right now and really not concentrating too much, as we're seeing the blue zone has almost finished constricting here, and we're going to see how it's going to be shifting a little bit later on. Currently, almost every team has managed to make it inside the zone.
Now back versus out of Rayvex, one of the sharp snipers of the field. He talked about his AWM. He can definitely work with the M24 as well. Pretty much the same with single that bolt action sniper ready to blow. And of course, they may not have caught the driver out of that vehicle, but they'll still be tapping their way through to perhaps deal a little bit of that economical damage towards those vehicles. Now, back towards the side of CGM Wolf. This is a team that we've seen a whole lot in the kill feed, but we didn't really see them getting that chicken dinner. Hopefully, this is going to be a better round for the side of CGM Wolf, as well as Vitas right here.
Yeah, Vitas, I mean, they had some good results really coming out towards the end, also having a 12-point game on Miramar, I do believe. And currently they're sitting in 7th position. They're 4 points off the Revive team, and they managed to actually get one of the dinners in round number 4 yesterday. So they'll be looking to see, can they get on the board as well? They'll definitely be up their alley. PMA really just trying to weigh in on all these rotations going on, as 24K still trying to do their thing, and they've been seemingly under fire for the majority of this game so far, and phase 2 is going to reveal itself, and with them currently in motion, they're going to continue onwards here, but they are all on foot, and Dreams is not relenting here. He's definitely got plenty of full metal jackets there ready to fling downfield.
Afterwards, side of the AE, it seems like Sophia has managed to catch one in his crosshair. He's trying to actually snap one more off, but he will only be able to secure the kill over on the Robinoid. One man down for the side of Hype, and this early stage of the game is going to be a little bit difficult for them, but Sophia says, hey, I'm going to be needing a little bit more extra loots. Thank you very much, Robinoid. While the rest of Team Hype will have to back away, they're looking for better positions on top of this hill.
Of course, Sophia and Flood, they're going to have their own internal competition there, and looking to try and see who can get the most frags. But right now, looks like phase 2 will be centered around that northern side. It's going to be focused on San Martin and the power grid area. So there's actually going to still be quite a few teams like Revive Team and Tactical Raib who are going to be far out. CGM Wolf, they're going to be playing for a late circle. Insert here as Bad Boys Gaming as well. Really going to be a little bit separated from one another, but Battle Arena Elites, they're looking to get a little bit of revenge on Hype Team, or Team Hype, which they managed to finish off Battle Arena Elites in game number 1 and take that first chicken dinner when it looked all but certain to be Battle Arena Elites. But right now, Flood is trying to get a bit more in the way of connections, but he's not willing to commit to the fight just yet. They don't have enough information on the whereabouts of Team Hype.
That was such a sharp shot coming in from Flood, and in just a little bit of that pixel popping out from that small corner of the window, he will be able to deal a little bit of damage. Same goes to Sophia. Also having perhaps a little bit of that sort of race with his teammate to be getting himself back on towards the top frag volumes. Flood now locking his eyes by the corners of those broken walls. They're receiving a whole lot of information on where the whereabouts of Team Hype will be at. Darjabat will be able to take down Noisy, secures a kill, and one man down for the side of Revive Team. Darjabat, oh, what a shot of the K9! Gets him in the head.
Wow, that is an awesome shot right there. But this fight here is going on in the blue, and it's going to be tooth and nails here between the two teams. Tactical Riot is going to bounce back here. They're going to get a knock, and they're trying to still see, can they get up their teammates? It's not quite that damaging at this stage of the game. The Battle Arena Elites, look at how patient that they are being. They're not willing to rush it too much, but Live Action is going to be here all alone. Currently, the smokes is going to impede the progress from BAE to really try and advance up. Currently, Answers is going to be on the next building. He won't be able to get some covering shots, but Live Action for the most part is going to be by himself. Blood trying to see, can he land any more of those connections as Battle Arena Elites kind of want to try and settle this now, and unless things get a little bit too protracted, and then later another team is going to be joining in the fight.
Well, Live Action managed to actually hop right down towards the ground floor, and it seems like Battle Arena Elites might just actually miss out on that opportunity to take him down. While Neff is still on the outskirts, trying to actually peek out on any sort of a push coming from the rest of the members of Team Hype. But oh my goodness, that nade actually got him cracked up, and Sophia will be down on his knees for the moment, like too much for Loki's to perhaps pick him up from this current standing. But Team Hype bought a little bit of time. They can choose to retreat if they want to.
Yeah, and that nade could have been a bit more devastating considering there were 3 players from BAE all in the same building, and Live Action is now playing a bit of the aggressor here, so he's going to be lurking downstairs, see whether or not he can catch any of the BAE players off guard. And yeah, this is definitely going to be a good way of defense with the solid offense. But now there's going to be the 2 other Hype players going to be a bit further back. It's only the 3 players for them in their team. Of course, Neferhort is not quite in this immediate vicinity, so that's something that they have to keep in mind. Thy Darkest, though, is going to be able to get Mal Kendricks off screen.
Wow, well, there's a whole lot of kills popping out on the kill feed right now. Thy Darkest only having this truck here for cover. This is going to be pretty tough if BBG pops out the entirety of the truck. Now a lot of all these smokes have been used, but it's only going to be the tires that's being set off from that truck. A little bit of spray coming from Loki's once again, just doing a slight bit of damage. What's going to be the next one to be knocked up? But this back and forth seems to be going nowhere for both of these teams.
Oh, but I think Sophia has no idea that Live Action is inside the building here. He's very much focused on John, and almost exclusively here. Team Max here is going to be able to weigh in on the fight against Huruhara, and they're going to be fighting the dust here. Answers here taking a bit of damage. I don't know how much chip damage the rest of Team Hype is going to be able to take right now. It's I know they're really just trying to lull them into full sense of security, but Bozo now finally getting back up on his feet. He's actually taking quite a bit of fire from the likes of M0. Team Rejects actually losing a player early on here, as yeah, they did have that first blood, but they are looking to still make do with the 3 players they have remaining.
Yeah, and well, they still have M0 alongside with them, so one more top marker gone. It does not mean all too much, but BAE finally find that opening once again. Live Action is already eliminated as they manage to spot him out, but once again, Sophia being knocked for the second time coming. This is going to be pretty bad with Team Hype only having 2 members left. They already know the members are hiding right inside, so perhaps BAE will look to storm the building right now.
Yeah, Live Action going for the ambitious play, though, but unfortunately there's just too many bodies there from BAE. They're going to take him straight down here. Black Rose is actually going to take out Pasha with some road rage here, and that's Hatsukoroyev getting on the board here. CGM Wolf seemingly been a little bit of a bystander here in match number 6. Is actually going to get on the kill feed in the worst way possible, and now it does look like Battle Arena Elite going for the ambitious plays here to get onto the second level. BT is actually going to be fighting the dust in the meantime, as they're looking to try and ingress on the building here in the best way they can. Loki's waiting for the right moment, going to land a couple of shots there. Currently, Team Hype going to have to fall back, looking at the train moving through the building. They're looking for all of these runaway players from Hype team, and I'm not sure what they can do against this onslaught.
Wow, Battle Arena Elite put on everything they got, and they got a whole lot of points out of that. And not only did they win that war, it seems like they are in the center of the circle where they could just hold on towards the perfect fortress that they have set up. Not only that, now that there's a couple of bodies that they even loot for, they have utility for days.
Yeah, and looking at the number of teams that still have to make their way, PMA fast in rotation here. So is CGM Wolf. They're pretty much on the edge here, but looks like Cryptid here facing quite a bit of problems. Asti here is the last player. Oh, well, yeah, actually, he is actually 6 feet under already. As the likes of Team Rejects going to be weighing in on that one. At the same time, they're going to be looking to take down FFG KXS. But yeah, teams are going to have to make their rotations pretty quickly here. Old Man taking a bit of utility as Kachik is going to be throwing some more Molotovs over the top here. See if he can land the shots. Currently 24K, they are spread out. PMA having already made their rotation towards the circle. They already have Kenny 9X, sorry, off the ground.
Old Man just having a little bit of that curve to work with, while Old Man, of course, will get the perfect pointer of the AWM, but just misses by a couple of inch. If he gets that headshot right there, that will be perfectly clipped here on wherever he wants to post it for sure. Well, members of the side of Tactical Rape, they are just slowly sliding in towards the circle from the southeast side.
Yeah, and they were locking horns earlier on with CGM Wolf. I mean, they did get that road rage kill, but since then they haven't really gone for anything ambitious to try and get inside the zone. And they're going to be gatekept here by 24K potentially. We're down to 38 players left here in this game, and it's actually PMA that's feeling the hurt here from the likes of Huruhara. Now, we said that they needed to have a good day number 2 if they really wanted to try and get up into contention. And it looks like they're going to be able to take down one of the heavy hitters from PMA in the process.
Wow, it's Battleground Elites pointing all these bullets all across the fields here against Batman, their former teammate, forcing him to go prone alongside of M0. And what other better stories do we have for this evening than these two guys going at it once again?
Absolutely,
M0. Place.
Oh, do go ahead, sir.
Go ahead with it. I'm so sorry for a little bit of that sort of clash of words, but yeah, back to PMA.
So for PMA, we are going to see them still trying to manage things here on the south side. They don't have the positioning here to just ingress. I think they're worried about the likes of Huruhara, as of course Miracle did expire a little bit early on. Bad Boys Gaming here trying to move in on this western side. But we'll see how things are going to progress for them. Battle Arena Elites, they have got such a great vantage point. They're going to be weighing in on all these surrounding teams.
My goodness me, it's going to be 24K really losing so many members right now. Even BBG will lose out on Murayama here with Flood getting that kill secured with his Mini 14. Now Flood spots out one more head, and oh, that lands perfectly! He had no chance whatsoever, and yep, one more kill for Flood. That will make it 3.
That was nice shots there. The one tap working out well for him, and in close range. Does look like Bad Boys Gaming here going to be absolutely cleaned out. Demon Eater with the triple kill. He was going to be really pleased with that one here. M0 though, and Badman still roughing it out here in the middle of this defilade. Now there's only going to be one player from PMA who's still up here behind the rock, and the other players are going to be really facing the pressure right now. It does look like VJ is also trying to go in for the desperation rotation here all the way around the side. They lose one in the process. M0 is now going to go toe-to-toe here with Downey. Pete is on the ground here, and he has to rely on his team member for the survival of his team in this round.
My goodness, it seems like there's a whole lot of gatekeeping being done over on the southwest side. M0 now pointing his crosshair towards the side of PMA, but he gets more bullets flying in the way from the side of 24K. They do have a little bit of that sort of the high ground that they can work with for now, but as for M0, at least he knows that I'm safe for now. I don't really have to move all too much, but he's just a little bit slightly off that circle. Batman trying to get that headshot out there. Old Man having only a slither of HP to work with, alongside Roulette, who is just side by side. Well, the next one to fall will be PMA, as members of TR, they are going down on it right now.
And it is actually Neferhor that's going to take down Downey, and that's it for PMA. They're out of here in 10th position. Early exit for them. Neferhor trying to weigh in here on his former teammate as M0 taking quite a bit of fire. Badman did get taken out just now. And right now, M0 will be the last hope for the rejects. Area 51, they've been having a relatively quiet game here, but they do have Acer Esports a little bit to that southwest. That they have to just be a little bit careful. It does look like Vengeance does have a little bit of presence, as well as Ghostly did go for that daring rotation a bit earlier.
Well, Nev, keeping his eyes locked on the former teammates, but right across, it's going to be Flood here farming more and more of all these kills as Kmon Wolf being the next victim to fall. This is an open pick for the side of Flood here, where he is seemingly going for pretty much easy fishing or catches from the upper side of the South St. Martin.
And I do believe that both Sophia and Flood both have 4 kills apiece, as Battle Arena Elite's already getting into double-digit kills. 10 kills on the board is really, you know, per expectation, I would say, but they are definitely looking to compete internally as well. I do imagine, looks like M0, though, will be taken out, as Bio62 will have a good first game of the day so far. 24K still has the 3 players on the board, and they have got quite a bit of space to themselves, but they are going to have Izo, who's going to be very close to the likes of BA. He has to just be a little bit cautious about how he approaches this next engagement.
Area 51 so far hasn't been able to actually secure much of the kills. There's a low lot of knocked bodies on the top floor where he will be able to pick up that first K for Double J. Well, right outside, it seems to be a little bit more of the tough work for him to get it off. Well, that circle is going to be a little bit more cost-effective. And just for the fact that they need to climb up this hill, this is going to be a little bit tough. Well, CJ Wolf is already on the pursuit to push over members of Battle Arena Elite. Lots of nades being lobbed right down below, and Loki's might be caught by surprise. This is going to be the perfect beat, but Pago goes down, and it's going to be sliding the left for the side of CJ Wolf. Can he make it out alive? 5 kills from BAE. He's still standing, but not for long. CJ Wolf 8th place.
Wow, Flood and Loki's with the tag team on top of the hill there, really working wonders, and they're going to be able to completely wipe out CG and Wolf. No chance there, and looks as though the good run on Miramar will come to an end here, and more kills coming out. Elliot is going to be taken down as Flood and Neferhor combining expertly, and they're just having quite a bit of a shooting gallery right here. It's this high ground advantage that they have for quite a bit of the game is really paying off in dividends, and the likes of Izo, he's still going to be up here. He's got that good, very high position. He just needs to be careful if he's going to give it away to the likes of BAE.
Wow, Flood will be able to pick up another one, and there's nowhere that he could possibly go because he has to climb the fence to get deeper into it. It's the circle. It's do or die for the member of Area 51, while Neferhor is going to be having himself taken out by Ezo. And funny enough, there is one more member that's very close by towards Ezo right there, which is right down below the hill. It's Sophia that's been lurking up ahead, but he hasn't been pushing just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not he's actually heard Ezo, and he's just really just waiting for him. But Neferhor is down on the ground. Flood is actually in full swing here to res the captain at the moment, as this is going to be something that these teams are going to have to posture on carefully. Luckily, they're not in any immediate danger. Tactical Rib taking their time here on that southeastern side, not really entering just yet. But currently, with all these sporadic team members scattered across here, I'm not sure if they can offer a concerted effort. But then again, Battle Arena Elite's also dividing and conquering here. They have to be careful they don't take any immediate knocks.
Oh, speaking of a knock here, it's going to be Azo taking out Roulette right there. It's going to be killed, confirmed eventually, as he takes out the AK for those finishing touches. All men left for the side of Team Max. While Battle Arena Elites have already conquered half the map already, this is going to be a pretty tough hill for any one of these players to play, but they have managed to find their way by the corners of the map. Well, Tactical Rave has the safest spot possible for the time being. Team Max goes out at 5th place.
And Loki's starting to try and hold off on his flank against the 3 members of Tactical Rab. Currently, it's still going to be a little bit dicey, just going to spray there with the M762. But for the most part here, he's going to be having enough distance, enough breathing room. Ezo still going to be having that vantage point, and I think they really want to see how the final circle is going to be looking here before they commit to an angle. But Battle Arena Elites at this stage of the game still going to be quite scattered, and they only have Demon Eater to really worry about and contest them. But now it looks like our battlefield is set here for the final stages of match number 6. And Battle Arena Elites, you can already see that they're starting to congregate and get into a better position.
Look at all these sniper battles across the field. It seems to be anyone's game at the moment, as Ezo is trying to defend the top side of the hill for the moment, while both Wolf as well as Bao62 will be right down below. They know that there are members of the side of Tactical Rape that was shooting from that corner, and Loki's is already setting his eyes upon them as well. Demon Eater gets Sophia, and that will be only 3 men left for the side of BAE. 3 apiece.
Yeah, so that lurking coming out there from the last member of Acer Esports definitely going to yield them 1 point and a bit more of placement points, but there's only going to be 3 teams left remaining here. 24K, they have got to live up to expectations here, and they're currently having 3 players on the field, but they are going to be locked in even battle. But Dario Jba is going down here. Wolf is going to be able to frag him out, and there's still going to be enough time for them to get the res off. Wolf currently is going to be the most central player, but I'm scared for him. Tactical Rape, they only need to come out over the top of the hill, and they're going to have a great view of that lone player.
Wow, Flood is making a little bit of a climb up the hill. A little bit of hiking to perhaps secure that chicken dinner, but it's going to be Bio62 that will be able to drop that molly to burn off another member of the side of Tactical Rape. No time for a rest whatsoever. Well, Lokist is hoping to find Afika. So far, Afika is not on 100% of HP, so if this SLR taps towards the hit, he will be a goner, and there's not going to be any chance that they can go in for a revival. And speaking of which, Matsu cross in towards the smoke, and he'll be safe for now.
Oh, look, he's almost getting those SLR shots to work for him. Afika's going to escape from that one, going to be able to heal up. Look at Ezo with the ambitious play there. I'm not sure he's going to really be able to succeed with that. Neferhor has been so patient here. Now, he doesn't have a helmet himself, so 1 bullet to the head is going to be able to finish him off, but Ezo has to be careful currently. Oh, luckily for him, he just managed to catch out Neferhor, but he's got a surprise in store for him. The nade, or rather the Molotov coming out over the top, and Blood is going to come around the side. The 1-2 punch coming out there from Battle Arena Elites as they're looking to claim that 18th kill of the game.
My goodness me, now Bios alongside with Wolf will be able to take out Tactical Rapes of Bika. And BAE seems to be leading the pack here with the most members still online. Ezo will be leading out to death outside of the play zone, while the last member inside of Tactical Rape will be right behind. Black Rose struggling to actually get in towards the center. This circle is going to be taking all the way in towards the center where all these smokes are being set up. There's no time for even healing, and Bao62 secures the final member of Tactical Rape. Now it's down to 24K to take on BAE.
And currently it's going to be a tall order. Bio62 is all alone here versus the rest of BAE. BAE have started absolutely guns blazing, and they're going to finish it guns blazing too, as they're going to be able to take another 20 kill game here as they're really steaming ahead here, and most undoubtedly going to be extending their lead somewhat in this very first match of the day.
What a big statement coming in from Battle Arena Elites here. And it all started with that battle there on top of the hill with Team Hive, which was a push and pull for the longest of time. And after that victory, they just have some crazy great range of fire here all across the Martin, as well as the backs being covered by both Neferhor and Sophia eventually. 24K definitely played a very decent game as they slowly move up from the southern side to really secure those kills upon PMA. And later on, we saw Tactical Rape was fighting against them as well, and they managed to clear up at the very least 2 of their members. Well, 20 kills. Like, it's as if they got 3 chicken dinners in this round itself.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, this is exactly the kind of thing that they needed to really get a good start into the game. But of course, it's pretty much up to the other teams also to rise to the challenge as well. Battle Arena Elites, they saw that was the compound that they needed to take, and the kind of positioning and the circles. Luckily, they didn't change too drastically, or I think at least the first major one did swing in their favor. So that battle against Team Hype was going to prove very decisive in terms of the final outcome here. And I mean, you could see what happened later on, even with the third place CGI and Wolf. They had 3 players all advancing up, couldn't get a single down, as really they were trying to really force themselves up that hill. Wasn't going to work out, and that was difficult turn of events for them.
Yeah, and of course, once again, we congratulate our very first chicken dinner winners right here, Flood, Loki's, Nephor, as well as Sophia, for playing another perfect game. And it's only up to the very end that they start getting a little bit of that knock members right there. And what I really like is that combo coming in from both Neff as well as Flood, where Neff definitely received that information, but he chose to play it safe. Usually, in those close quarter combat, you would have actually taken a little bit more of that aggressive approach to just push in with the guns instead. But he took the safer way, like, okay, I'm gonna toss the Molotov and I'll let Flood do all the other work.
Yeah, I think that was definitely good teamwork coming out from these members, and they didn't really need to have all of them congregated in the same area. We did see, maybe 1 or 2 at parts here, and just lone players as well, like Loki's and Sophia holding flanks here and there. Just unfortunate that Sophia did get shot down there. But yeah, I think apart from Battle Arena Elites, everyone else maybe just going to be a little bit too inconsistent, and they're going to have to do better in the next match. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll have match number 7 ready and waiting for you as we proceed onwards here for day number 2.
太好看了！哇！
哇！5个急救吗？哦，这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은데 조금.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa! Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. I'm Play the J, and my awesome co-caster this evening was none other than Aaron Contra Chan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we did have our very first match of the day just now. Battle Arena Leads taking it away in quite some style with another 20 kill game. Sorry.
Yeah, and of course that will stack up to 30 points in total for Battle Arena Elite. So we'll be checking out the scoreboards once again for the entirety of that run, and we'll see how the rest of the team will actually add up. But no questions asked. We know who's on top of the board right now with such a staggering amount of points being secured by Battle Arena Elites. And as for teams like the Rejects, they were caught in between so many other teams where they were just basically prowling on sand for the longest of time until, of course, 24K and PMA put them to sleep.
Yeah, and even the next closest challengers, they couldn't quite make it up there. And even Team Hype, they had the right idea as well, but unfortunately, they are not able to really deliver on that front in that crucial battle against BAE. So, I mean, we'll have to see how match 6 standings are going to be looking here. But I think for the most part, we already know who is, as you did say, who is at the top here. But it's going to be how far are the rest of the teams from the rest of the pacing here?
Well, I gotta say that 24K has really achieved some good scoring this time around for today. Great hit start for them with 14 points, but Battle Arena Elites will secure that 30-pointer to top the match 6. While Tactical Rape goes in towards third place with a total of 3 kills, and that adds up to 8 points. Acer Esports with 7 points. Team Maxo just 1 point behind, followed by PMA on the 6th place. Area 51 managed to secure 4 points themselves, and the Rejects on 8th with that 3-pointer alongside with FFG, Bat Boys, Huruhara. Well, it's a little bit of a slow starter for CGM with Revive Team, Q Rifted, as well as Team Hype this time around.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of a shakeup there, but yep, 24K Esports looking a lot more sprightly here. And now in the overall leaderboards, it's going to be Battle Arena Elites on the verge of breaking that 100-point barrier with the 98 points and 66 kills. Absolutely staggering coming out from the powerhouse Malaysian team. And of course, Rejects still going to be in that second place as didn't really have a lot of challenge from the third place team, CGM Wolf, who did drop down to 4th after PMA was able to scrape a few more kills in this round. They're going to be actually tied with CGM Wolf on that 51 points, but Rejects will be definitely looking to bounce back. Didn't help that Spaggy did get shot straight off the get-go there as he was rotating right past PMA, and Miracle is happy to oblige. Team Hype is going to come in 5th place, followed by Revive Team. 24K Esports going to be making their way into the top half of the table, and ACR Esports always seemingly on that verge of dropping out into the second half of the table, which VTS has finally actually done so. It seems as though that they were in 7th position for the longest time.
Yeah, and I gotta say that's a pretty huge gap from first place all the way to third, because PMA is possibly just having half the points of what BAE has right now. I do hope that they can actually catch up with a couple of chicken dinners, but here are your top fraggers for map 6. Flood, once again, will be on those kill charts and topping it off with 8 kills in total. 4 kills for Bio62, Neferhor, as well as Sophia, and not forgetting Loki. So the entirety of the BAE squad is on board this time.
Yeah, so they are absolutely dominating those kill charts. But yeah, Bio62 definitely going to be happy that he is still featuring here since the qualifying stage. So we'll see how these teams are going to be duking out in our second round. So any of those first round jitters of the day, they're going to be hopefully long gone for some of these aspiring teams to really try and catch up to the likes of Battle Arena Elites, who seemingly can't be stopped. But I mean, we did see a lot of teams, take their turn to have the limelight in the first day of competition. So, of course, now this being day number 2, they've had time to go and rethink how they want to try and approach the games. And I'm not too sure whether or not they're trying to overthink things a little bit, when today first started off.
Yeah, and we're looking at how they really rotated for Battle Arena Elites. It was quite interesting. They were initially moving southwards into the hills of Picado, where they were taking a little bit of that long-range battle against 24K, if I'm not mistaken, as well as PMA was inside of the Picado city itself, and then they immediately march and advance forward and towards the south side of St. Martin, which was where they met up with Team Hype, cleared them off, and eventually had that entirety of that sector all controlled. Now, speaking of another topic right here, of course, there's a little bit of distance of points for some teams to catch up, but the middle of the pack, coming from 5th all the way down to 9th, it seems to be pretty much a close distance race between them. So we're expecting that this upcoming game here will make a lot of changes to the leaderboard in the middle of the pack.
Totally agree. I mean, you have to look no further than the likes of 24K as well. I mean, they're definitely ones that were trying to break into that top half of the table, and just by getting that one good result of double-digit points was all that it was required. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, while the top spot, of course, does go to PCS2, everyone else does want to try and get as much as they can from the $10,000 prize pool, which is no small sum of money for sure. And we'll be seeing if these teams can really rise to the occasion. Again, a lot of teams with points to prove here. Battle Arena Elite's probably one of the more established and consistent teams that we see in the competitive scene for this region. But of course, we have others who, really want to demonstrate that they do believe that they belong in a roster of that caliber as well, a la the rejects, and of course CGM Wolf still looking to really break into the upper echelons as well in terms of regional performance.
Yeah, and I would say that these guys here have definitely proven that they possibly will be the best team currently in Malaysia, and they're not looking to have any other team to change that at the moment. Of course, during this entirety of the run, they are having a little bit of that sort of challenges there that may have rise up on certain occasions, but they definitely put up a big statement not only today but yesterday as well, with very consistent double-digit kill per game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're probably going to have to see, in respect of the rejects, who unfortunately I think the start of the game where they lost the players straight away, they have to just be a little bit more cautious. I mean, you're kind of like trying to rotate straight off the bat through the middle of Picado. You're kind of asking for it, I kind of feel, as of course there's going to be some teams which are going to be going there. And PMA, we've seen them like maybe just get in a little bit unfortunate positions, but they're definitely a team that I wouldn't want to face in the early stages of the game. And I have to actually, look at the 6 rounds, that have been played. Actually, we haven't seen a lot of early all-out aggression fights, as I do believe that we are due for one pretty soon.
Yeah, I do believe so, and we're going to be seeing all the other players really putting even more let up in the air in perhaps long-range traits and also close quarter combat. The closest one that we saw was the one that BAE was fighting alongside with Team Hype for sure. And as for certain teams, they got to work on their rotation. I'm looking at you, Q-Rifted, and of course, we'll be heading in towards this game, and hopefully nobody misses their flight this time around, as we'll be getting this one starting from across the map, and we'll see how the circles could be treating all 16 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, it does look like we have one player that did make it for the plane ride here. So a little bit unfortunate there, but we do have the majority on board. So that's what really matters here, as we're going to be heading all the way from El Pozo all the way down through to Paraiso. So again, going to be offering a little bit of variety in terms of the overall flight path. Let's see how these teams want to try and adjust for that. Seeing quite a few jumping out early here. VJ is actually going to be opting to go to La Cabrera together with Team Hype, and we're actually going to probably not see too many of these early game altercations, though of course, as we did say just now, we're definitely looking forward to one.
Yeah, but I do expect a lot more teams to be headed in towards Los Leones due to this flight path that was very southern-centric, with not many of these towns for them to really choose from. I do expect perhaps a couple of passerbys in towards Puerto Paraiso as well. And you can already see members of Battle Arena Leads are pretty much all scattered up all the way down south, while John Shout will be ramming it through. Nassenberg is on the floor already. Well, yep, we caught that right one in the seam. And Team Hype seems to be pretty much savages in this round.
Yeah, so they're definitely going to be pretty happy with that one. A bit of monster truck madness going on. And probably CGM Wolf and Battle Arena Elite's going to be going ham at it here, as dropping out quite early. I'm not sure if there's a bit of a connection problem there for the CGM Wolf player, as he's pretty much just floating down. So we'll see what is going to happen from that. Let's see if he can reconnect or whatnot. Otherwise, it looks like Loki's has got a free kill available to him. So let's revisit that one in a few minutes.
Yeah, and there's not many places for them to really loot from, but Loki's has found himself his shotgun, and there goes Q Rifted will lose out on Salvastek. So as for Pasha, he's gonna be lucky enough that he does not meet these shotgun shells all too early, and yep, which means that he's pretty much well online.
Yeah, Loki's gonna continue onwards. I'm not sure if he also had a bit of connection problem at the start, as his positioning right now would suggest that, and he dropped out maybe a little bit further away from the rest of the team, but they are also scattered in the same region. I'm a bit surprised at Battle Arena, at least they didn't go for Minas Generales again. I don't think it was that far of a drop there for them, but they're going to be trying something a little bit more on the different side. Darjebat going to be looting up here by himself for Tactical Ray. So Cryptid already going to be down 2 players. This is really not the kind of start that they wanted to have. It looks like our phase here is going to be shifting a bit more on the neutral side here, encapsulating the likes of El Pozo, Picado, and Monte Nuevo.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a tough bout for the side of members of BAE, as they are by the corner of the map, and Pasha is stuck in between them, which is a little bit worse from what the members of BAE is suffering from right now. That circle, most likely headed towards some of these heroes of El Pozo, will be looking great for the teams that are already in the center of it all. While Uruhara is going to be looting over on towards the south side of Los Leones, where we saw perhaps 2 different teams dropping in here and giving each other some respective territory to work with. 24K will be here at the northern side instead, on the construction side. Well, Atsis will be playing alongside with another member right there, which is Asi here, who is just around the scene. And oh my, seems like it's going to be Revive Team that will be putting him down, leaving only one member of Q Rifted behind. Oh, more troubles ahead for Q Rifted.
Oh, Anga with the plays there, with the rolling truck. I do love it. And I can't help but feel that the Cryptid player probably could have played that a bit better. It's not a stealth truck, let's put it that way. So you're definitely going to be able to have a little bit of a chance to have a bit of counterplay, but whatever it is, it's a bit unfortunate for him. Loki's is trying his hardest to smack into the pole, but hopefully he will be able to move around it with the better connection on the game. But for now, we are going to be seeing Mushi and Team Max. They're going to already be taking up these positions on the roadside, get a little bit more loot going here before they continue into a little bit of a better spot. They're already inside the zone, but of course they will want to try and do what else that they can. Currently, PMA is going to be able to challenge a little bit here by the roadside. They are, of course, on the eastern side from Monte Nuevo, so they are relatively central here, and this is already them trying to secure a lot of that early game real estate.
Yeah, and for both Rejects as well as PMA, these are some really great spots for them to really get a couple of catches of rotations coming from the rest of the team. M0 seems to be all alone though. Where are the rest of Rejects, I wonder? Now back to the side of CGMO.
So actually, it's going to be Pocoyo. He's going to be all alone this time. And I'm not sure what happened or what he told the players of 24K, but they just kept on rolling past. And he's going to be able to survive there. And yeah, let's not forget that, of course, Pasha was all the way down there on the southeastern coast there with the likes of Battle Arena. At least he has to worry about that. But Elliot, he has got a lot more to worry about. And I think that this might be it for him. As the likes of Bad Boys Gaming, they're going to be watching the intersection here very intently. And they're going to be able to claim a kill for their troubles. Pasha really showing how he got into the top 5 for his survivalist skills. And he is exactly the player that you want to have in this sort of situation.
Yeah, stealth like a ninja in the desert. It's going to be a Mark 14 in the back. Ghillie suit, I'm not sure if you really need it. As well as a syringe to go alongside with that package. But as for FFG, today it seems to be a pretty smooth cruise for them in this second round, where they haven't met any sort of the trouble yet with their rotation. But like you said, you expected a lot more gunfire coming out in the early phase of the game. You got it right now, as we are now seeing Killbox taking a peek on what's opposite the compound that they have.
Yeah, definitely not disappointed with some of the early altercations, but of course, I want to see maybe 14 get wiped out, but then of course we won't have more action for later. So we'll contend for now. Currently 24K, they're going to be spreading themselves out here very centrally in the map around the power grid side of things and see if they can spot out others. Battle Arena elites going for very uncharacteristic long rotation here, and Loki's having some problems, and it looks like Black Rose here are going to be opening up, dealing a little bit of damage, but Loki is going to be fine for now. He's going to be able to move along the coastal side of things and stay away from taking a little bit too much more of that extra damage.
Well, as for the side of Black Rose, he's down to rotate as well. Noisy coming in with the spray down here with his barrel. It's one of the hardest gun to really control with the high kick of the recoil, but members of the side of ACR, they are going to be booking that corner of the compound to defend for the time being. Shikdagi having that SKS here to just guard both angles. He tries to tap over on towards the pickup truck, but he's receiving a little bit too much more damage than he should have.
Oh, Miguel, and he thought he found a home for his team, but unfortunately it's completely occupied by Team Max there, and yeah, a bit on the unfortunate side. But then again, he is the one who's going to be taking the fall for his team, or you know, otherwise it's going to be Urahara, unfortunately, not having a great round. They are looking to break the double-digit point barrier here, and they managed to get 3 points in the previous game, so have all the confidence in the world that they are going to be able to do that. Of course, now Circle going to be shifting a bit, going to force a lot of these L-positive teams to really make a difficult decision. Do I go for the longer rotation, or do I try and get past all these teams that are inevitably going to be in the path here? But if they're going to move through the more dangerous path, this is the time to do it, just as the Circle has revealed. Currently, Urahara did manage to find a different spot here with 3 players that they have remaining. Bad Boys, they're trying to do what they can here, see if they can slow down some more of these rotations. Currently, they are not having the best of positions. They do also have to traverse quite a bit of terrain themselves. They're actually trying to stop ACR Esports, but it's not going to be working out too well here, and they're going to have to really think about how they're going to get in before Phase 3 reveals itself.
Yeah, Phase 3 is going to be a lot more challenging than what it seems right now. Well, Phase 2 is closing in a little bit more, while the eastern side seems to be pretty much clear as compared to what we saw inside of the Circle on the west side, where there's already so many teams like TR as well as PMA that was already looking to be the point guards here to cut off any sort of the sort of rotation coming in from most of all these players. PUBG already on the move, while the rejects are going to be playing some really long taps coming in, and M0 might just actually find himself a catch.
Yeah, and he has to be a little bit mindful. Of course, he is here all by himself, but he's got a good vantage point to gather a lot of information for his team. But of course, we have to see where the proximity is for the rest of the rejects to really influence proceedings here. And now Miracle is going to be spotting out the Darkest and Savior, moving in here as FFG KXS is looking to ingress a little bit deeper into the zone. As PMA, this is exactly what they are very comfortable with. I'm going to put pressure on other teams here during the mid phase of the game. But yeah, things can get a little bit more dicey, as really you're kind of telegraphing the kind of terrain that you're going to be at. But there could be a multitude of reasons for that. 24K also going to be quite spaced out, as Bio62 looking to add to his kill tally.
Well, Bio62 has been pretty much doing a lot of heavy lifting for the side of 24K, not discrediting any of their members at all. After all, it's a team game that really put them to that second placing that we saw much earlier on. But Anga and the rest of Revive team, they are trailing right behind Team Rejects. The Rejects might not have suspected some of these guys all too much, but Cheesy Kimbap might just be pretty much ready for any sort of pushes coming in, and that frag is a little bit too far off.
Yeah, and that's already gonna start festivities between these two teams, but there's still gonna be a huge shantytown right in the middle of them. Team Reject's not having the kind of squad numbers that we would probably need to see them have, despite the fact that they have quite a bit of fragging prowess that might need a little bit more in this particular instance, as Badman and Cheesy Kimbap are in a difficult spot. M0, you can already see, is moving from that high ground vantage point, see whether he can back him up, as all 4 Revive team members here. Let's not forget, they did manage to take the first Miramar round yesterday. We can probably see them take another one here if they play their cards right, but Crifted is still going to have Asi here all the way in the back, as now Huruhara is actually going to be incurring a little bit of wrath here from Tatsuko Rayab, as they're going to exchange a few of those blows, but RJBat really needs to think whether he wants to continue to engage with this long-range fracas, as they really kind of need to move. They're not inside the zone. Huruhara is even inside the zone, yet they're still trying to see, can they get a better location?
Yeah, and of course it can get even more concerning. This is just phase 3, mind you. It's going to be having a whole lot more changes to that, and for now, they will need to move right in, and there's not many places to book, unless if they really want to go in to secure the same spot where Hara came from. And now, with that going on top of the hills of Power Grid, every single one of these teams right down below the hill will have a tough time cruising in. Murayama with that surf frag upon Loki's, and that's a kill right there, when BAE will have to play retreat man.
Yeah, could this be the start of the end? But PMA is coming in close quarters right now, as Acer Esports is not able to repel the attackers, but the nade there from Adol is good. He's going to take down Downey just as he's finishing off Quadro. But the rest of PMA is moving in support right now, but there is still going to be that close quarters presence, but it's not going to matter too much here. Adol will be taken down, but at what cost? He manages to finish off Downey and take down Pete, so that's been quite detrimental here for PMA, but they should have enough breathing room to at least get Pete's back up. But yeah, I mean, when you're already having a decent start like that, having your first effective team fight, that's not kind of how you want to finish it off.
Oh man, that was a surprise attack coming in. And seems like Noisy will be getting another pickup here against Robinoid. Unfortunately for Robinoid, today doesn't seem to be the best day for himself. After 2 rounds, he's getting caught up pretty early into the game. While over on the side of Area 51, they are having pretty much a good clearance here to get themselves in towards the circle, unless if CGM might be looking to change that one. While inside Power Grid, it's going to be TR just trying to hold on for longer to negate Type as well as RT from pushing right in. BE has got some crazy rotation to have reached the quarters of Montenegro.
Yeah, they have got a lot of company around them. I'm not sure if they're going to do it. CGM Wolf has seemingly got the high ground here on the south side of San Martin all to themselves. They spot out Area 51, and they're going to actually make life as difficult as possible for them to try and get out from that lower ground. But right now, the circle is going to be in their favor somewhat. They don't have to worry about any immediate rotations, well, at least for another second. And all these teams have to actually move. So they're now going to be in an even more difficult spot. But CGM Wolf has to weigh it up a little bit. But Sophia and Flood both going down here as Murayama is looking to put the finishing touches there on a BAE. They are going to see some of them finish off. Team Hype is also getting in on some of the action. Batman is trying to look around and see where it's happening. You also get in the fight. I do bet Nephahorn, the last player left, and Polly will come up over the top. And that is it there for our current leaders. They go out so early in that 15th spot.
Well, at the very least, they did make up for all these big points that they did secure in the previous round, so they can't just sit back and relax for a little bit. But hey, good news is that they did break that 100-point mark in this game itself, and the rest of them are just playing catch-up from here onwards. As for FFG, they still have a full squad with them. They are spotted corner of the circle, and they are trying to perhaps stop PMA from pushing in. I was actually pretty surprised that PMA, they've been there for the longest of time and have not really moved all too much, and this circle is going to be forcing them to just squeeze right through the edges right here. But as for Team Max, they are looking for that engagement against Tactical Raid.
Yeah, they're all moving in there. Tactical Rave is in a very precarious spot. They got 2 players inside the zone and 2 players still outside, but they're already going to be taking 1 loss right there. Dajebot going down here to Hillfox, but there's still going to be some third-party action. PMA coming out of their shell here through Pete. He's actually going to be able to get the trade back onto Hillfox, and of course, Team Max going to be pretty devastated by that loss here. Tactical Rave, though, is getting time to reset as a result. The 24K is just over the hill, and they're actually the ones who are also trying to make it as difficult for them to deny them the space into the zone.
Wow, it's just helter-skelter all across Miramar right now. Well, Mushi is looking to actually sprint across to perhaps take on Rixus right now. 24K. Right in between, looking opportunistic. Perhaps this might just be great for them as Ezo has already get that pick off against Black Rose.
Yeah, he's kind of waiting for a pick to fall on his lap, and I can't blame him. He is the sole surviving team member from Tactical Rave, and Wolf and Ezo, they are out for blood. Looks like 24K is having a pretty decent game here. They still have all of their players left alive. Rixus, though, will finally get spotted out as
PMA is stuck in the run. Oh my goodness, no rejects! They have got it in the back, but Batman's down on the ground. Well, it's going to be Kim up to save the day, and it's going to be all 3 facts going over onto himself. Spaggy, take a little peek off of the window, and for now, all 3 members of the side of the rejects are out there hunting for those kills.
Oh wow, what plays coming out from Cheesy Kimbap, and he is looking for more. Bio62 is going to take down Dreams as PMA is on the verge of elimination here with only 1 player left remaining. CGM Wolf still has the 4 players standing for them. They did take a few knocks, but they have managed to persevere. But 24K, they got 5 kills here. They're looking for more. They're going to take down M0 as he works his weaving magic, but unfortunately, it's not Harry Potter-esque enough.
Oh my goodness me, CGM Wolf. They might have had slightly being knocked down on the ground, but they did take out the last surviving member of Vitas. Now it's going to be the top 5 here to play it out for that chicken dinner, while 24K has been working amazingly well throughout the rest of the game. It's going to be going on a little bit of a warfare against Cheesy Kimbap as he runs back in towards the warehouse for now. A little bit of a shot from a different direction will put him on a full stop for the moment, but Batman's going to be able to knock out Wolf from across.
Power Grid really is getting absolutely chaotic right now, and it's going to be quite a few teams all on the periphery. There's only going to be Team Rejects that's actually taking up residence in the compound itself, but CGM Wolf, they're going to be pushing down a bit further south side here as they're looking to stick to the ridges here as much as possible and see if they can get any of these lucky picks onto these teams that might be a little bit further infield. And now it looks like we will be focusing a little bit more on the warehouse side of Power Grid and away from the actual main factory floor. But right now, there is still going to be 24K in the most difficult of spots. Bio62 and Kenny, 9X, the only players left remaining, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
My CGM Wolf could have actually get a little bit more extra space over on the eastern side, as the rest of the other teams are looking to actually move in from the west side instead. So 24K, they're getting closer and closer towards the side of CGM Wolf. This might just be good for Bio62 if he can get a perfect glimpse over on towards Slidey. And there we go, Allison's already taken off. Well, this is a perfect spray down to get the second knock in, and it's Canny here against both Pasha and Slidey.
Wow, some nice shots coming out there. The 1-2 punch really destroying the flank here, where CG and Wolf is trying to make inroads there, but they lose the 2-on-3 fight, and now they only have the 1 player remaining for their troubles as 24K is taking the game by the horns. John Shout is actually going to be moving in here for Team IB. He's the last surviving team member, but he's looking to claim a few more points in the form of Area 51. They've been slowly moving in ever so cautiously, but they couldn't account for all the variables coming in.
As Area 51 set up a couple of smokes, hoping to actually go in for a revival. Sean Shelp will be taken out as Mal Kendricks finally spots out the lurker. They will finish off in 5th place here. Well, there's a lot of room for TR to work with. And speaking of TR, Batman's already getting his frag. Kamon will be facing a big toss of the Nate, and that is kill secured by Batman.
Oh, and he's going in for the flanking maneuver. He's looking for the rest of the Area 51 members. Currently not able to land the shot. Oh, the shots will finally go there. Dexball is going to be taken down. There's only one left, but Batman looking in completely the wrong direction. But he does have the rest of his team starting to move up. They are in close quarters. Spaggy is going to be unloading. Mal Kendricks goes down. And the Rejects will get that other team eliminated. There's only going to be 3 teams remaining. Area 51 bow out in that 4th spot.
They're catching up against Battle Arena Elites once again as they go ham on this round. Well, CGM Wolf only having Pocoyo left, he'll be playing extremely passively. But good news is that he's got that Achilles suit, so he could just camouflage for a little bit. But he's a moving target for Bio62. But lucky enough, he did not spot him out just yet. Now it's a 3v2v1, and let's see where or not can Team Rejects here get it in the bag. Well, Bio62 as well as Kenny 9K, well, Kenny 9X has been playing a little bit more patiently this time around.
Yeah, and they're playing a little bit more patiently because they kind of know that CGM Wolf definitely has one player left standing here after they managed to clear out the other 3 team members, and they kind of really want to see how this is going to work out. But currently, Rejects, they only have to hold their positions. This is already the final zone, so after this it's just going to collapse on itself. So they already have that central spot on the 2nd warehouse from the top. So now Pocoyo, he just has to see if the fight is going to break out. Then there's something that maybe he can try and weigh in on that battle and see if he can steal this one. But he is he's going to be playing a little bit of a bystander here, likely 24K. They're going to have the ball on this one.
Just waiting for a little bit more action going on. Well, it's a little bit of the ghost town for some of these teams, or should I just say, maybe a little bit of a cowboy standoff at the current point. Hoping to see who would be able to pull the trigger on point. Well, Batman so far has 3K alongside with Spaggy. And Chiji Kimbap was definitely the savior for them while they were fighting in close quarters on those containers.
Yeah, Pocoyo really just taking his time here. I'm not sure if Batman is able to spot that. Oh no, he's not looking through precisely at that moment. But now this is really going to corral everyone inwards here. Spaggy has to be the one to try and hold the fort as long as he can because of his positioning. Cheesy Kimbap is going to have to make a decision here. He can't stay inside the main factory building that much longer. At least he gets stuck in the containers, and it's just going to be really hard to try and make that transition over to the other building. But this is actually going to be spurring 24K pretty soon here. They know that they can't stay here by the fence line. This is not going to be a winning strategy for them. But then again, they're not going to be granted anything here. Is look at how high Spaggy is inside that warehouse. He is just waiting for someone to walk through the door unexpectedly.
Oh boy, and it seems like the first shot has already been put out, and Cheesy Kebab will get a catch-over response. But Pocoyo, he gets a golden opportunity to take out 24K, and winner chicken dinner undoubtedly will be in the hands of the Rejects.
Oh, Rejects really closing things out perfectly there. And I think they really managed to put the seal on that one. And again, it's another 1-2 punch between Battle Arena Elites and the Rejects so far. And this seems like a bit of a repeat in terms of how the early results went in our first day yesterday. But yeah, some good plays coming out overall to close it out. And CGM Wolf going to be getting another second place there after Pocoyo was going to be able to finish them off. But I kind of felt that CGM Wolf could have probably done a little bit better in that earlier fight against 24K. It was a 3-on-2, albeit they did take the first knock without a little bit of warning. But yeah, I think that was probably another round that they could have realistically contested right at the end.
Yeah, I also felt so as well. Now let's check out some of the results of the game, and this will definitely be the winners on your screen, the rejects, because it's Batman, Cheesy Kimbap, M0 Boys as well as Spaggy, and man, Cheesy Kimbap definitely put up those numbers out there in some of the most tightest of situations, if I must say. There were so many teams that were coming from the northwest side, and they managed to not only hold them back, they have been able to even clear out the entirety of the sector when it came down to the very final circle, where the entire power grid was theirs to take.
Yeah, and well, I guess it does also help that the likes of Batman and M0 being former team members on Battle Arena Elites, Power Grid definitely one of their playbook spots in terms of drops. So they are going to be quite familiar with really holding that little bit of territory and to sustain into the later stages. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we just had another cracker. We have one more round on Miramar before we move over to our Erangel segment. So we'll be taking a short break. And when we return, we'll be having more action for you here at the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanak. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tukshay. Just look at him go. But Sanak wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to...
Here comes the standings for match 7 itself, where the Rejects managed to secure 22 points here to secure that chicken dinner alongside with 12 kills. 24K Esports comes in second once again with 13 points. So this is going to be them climbing on those charts. And alongside with Hype, it seems like we're seeing quite a number of the familiar faces on that top 5 once again. But it was a very difficult round for the likes of Team Max, Battle Arena Elites, as well as Acer Esports, where they definitely had a couple of run-ins, and yeah, it didn't really result all too well, especially for BAE, who dropped all the way at the edge by the corners of Bato Paris. So I guess that different strat didn't really work all too well for them. But we'll see pretty much some changes here coming towards game 3 of today.
Yeah, and yeah, Battle Arena Elites, they do like to set the pace with a relatively early rotation, so it's a bit weird to see that coming out from them. But in any case, we'll see how that impacts the overall leaderboard. And currently, the Rejects going to be able to close the gap here to within 11 points of the leaders, who none of them managed to get 100 points right now. And they're going to be tied at 2 apiece in terms of the chicken dinner department. And it seems as though there's very little to separate these two closely related teams, I dare say, as PMA. They're going to move in up again with CGM Wolf, both on 60 points. Team Hype is still going to be in the same ballpark with the Chasing Pack on 53 and 24K. They are creeping into that top 5 zone right now after they're getting 2 games in a row that's double digits, and yeah, of course, denying those extra points that CGM Wolf might have gotten. They got them in their crosshairs as a Revive team, and Vites are going to close out that top 8.
Yeah, and as for some of the teams, there's still a lot more work to do. Who are once again, still in the single-digit mark, where we've already got Battle Arena elites with 3 digits already. They gotta make sure that every single game counts from here onwards because they can't rely on day 3, day 4, or even day 5 to only start up the engine. So hopefully we'll get to see pretty much a change of pace at the very least. But it's great news to see, both PMA as well as CGM Wolf really time the scores to be racing to the top. But here are our top fraggers of Map 7.
Yeah, Cheesy Kimbap. I think we did see that bit of action there. He wiped that one whole team by himself there. So he's going to be pretty pleased with this performance. But funnily enough, not a lot of other rejects going to be here in this top fraggers, as we're going to see actually John Shout, Ezo, Pocoyo, and Miracle all featuring here, as they're all leading pretty much the chasing pack that's going to be approaching onto these 2 front runners. But yeah, they're going to have to continue putting up some of those good results if they're going to be able to mount that sustained challenge over the course of these next few days.
Yeah, and it's great to really see Merkel really bringing it back for the side of PMA alongside with Pocoyo, where it was quite peculiar to see members of CGM Wolf pretty much segregated in the start of the map, but they did manage to regroup by the end of it all. But there is still a lot more work to be done in this upcoming game in our very final run in for Miramar before we move in towards the greenery fields of Erangel itself. And John Shout, he not only was surviving all the way really well in towards Power Grid, he managed to secure that 4 kill that really bring so much points for the side of Team Hive. And now they're still within that top 5 region, and I'm really going to be hoping to see a lot more coming in from him and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I'm really pumped to see like how the rest of this chasing pack is going to try and just. They're definitely going to be very aware of what both BAE and also what the rejects are going to be doing. And if you're going to be playing 30 rounds in this thing, I'm pretty sure these guys are going to take notice as to how these plays are unfolding. And yeah, I guess though that it's unforeseen factors, which are playing more of a factor. Bad Boys, they had a relatively good game in that round, as they were going to be able to take down 2 squads in one go, and they're going to get 6 points from those kills. And one of the teams, of course, being Battle Arena Elite. So the chasing pack, they have to count for this. They can't afford to, shy away from the fight. Team Hype in match number 6, we did see them go toe-to-toe with BAE, but unfortunately didn't quite have the numbers and the positioning to deal with the problem.
Yeah, I think that sort of the circle as well as rotation for some of the teams were really tough. It was due to the flight path that was beginning from the western side, and it was cutting pretty much on the lower end of the entirety of the map, where there's not many towns for them to really drop into to begin with. So they have to opt for a lot of plan B for most of these teams. So I guess that's the reason why we see a very heavy flock of crowd that actually came in from the western end, as compared to the eastern side, which was relatively safe. And of course, that's where all these sort of skirmishes and those really long range traits really happen from phase 3 onwards.
Yeah, and then we even saw the likes of Pasha, who dropped out late. It seemed as though he DC'd for a little bit there for a CGM Wolf. He still managed to rejoin his team, only to get destroyed later on by 24K's 2 squad members there. But never mind, we'll see how they're going to be able to take their squad fights later on. I'm not even sure if BAE did that intentionally, because Loki's looked as though that maybe he DC'd for a bit as well at the start, and they deliberately dropped out a little bit later to try and maximize the chances. But we'll have to see if anyone is willing to share on the inside story later on. We can only speculate from our point of view. And what do you expect, Contra, coming out from our final Miramar match here before we switch over to Erangel quite substantially over the next 2 days?
Well, I do believe that this time around we'll probably see even earlier rotations if that sort of like does permit a more well-balanced drop for most of these teams. So they'll be contesting for those key areas a whole lot quicker than we saw back in game one or back in game two. So with that, maybe we'll see maybe even more blood being spilled across the sand in the earliest stages of the game, and hopefully you will see another crazy run. I hope that the circle goes up to all the way towards the Oasis. I've once casted that match. It was one of the best matches I've ever seen, where it just shrinks all the way in towards one small little hut in between all the water. So yeah, I want to see all these players being put to the test when it comes down to some of these matches. And I do believe that we'll be getting ourselves ready for this game number 3 real soon. So let's check out who will be able to pick up that chicken dinner inside of this last round of Miramar in the evening.
Yeah, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have got 30 rounds total here to play. So we still got 4 more days of play the next few days. So make sure you do follow PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or Geek Events on Facebook or the Geek Events YouTube channel to make sure that you stay updated when they go live here with the next 4 days of the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series.
That's right, and of course, make sure you guys follow as well as like the pages as well. And not forgetting, you guys could also check our pages out. It's Play of the J as well as Contracast on Facebook. If you guys do have the time to just open a brand new tab and just pop it right there, a little bit of a like this. Give us of course, pat on the back for our efforts here as we bring you even more games to come. But now we are ready to take this flight here in the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. And now one more round inside Miramar before we head towards Erangel. Let's see how this flight path will challenge all the players right here. As CG and Wolf having Koyo this time being in the front seat of it all. Hopefully he does not end up by the edge of the map like how Pasha did. And this seems a little bit more promising. Yep, that's what, like somewhere near towards the center.
Oh, absolutely. Not as neutral as it could be, but definitely going to add a little bit of variety here. And Pocoyo definitely looking ready there at the start of the match. See how CGM Wolf is going to be able to push this, slowly improving, I would dare say, since the start of the day. Whereas, yeah, they didn't have the best of fights in a literal uphill battle against Battle Arena Elites. But things hopefully might change for the better here into the later stages. We're already seeing a lot of teams dropping out early, and we're not seeing Battle Arena Elites drop out early here as well. So that leads me to believe that that was maybe a little bit of an outlier in terms of their drop strategy. But we are going to see a revived team go to Puerto Paraiso. Los Leones, we are going to be seeing some of the similar teams here in the form of 24K and Huruhara going to be dropping out over there.
Oh no, it seems like BAE is doing a 2-2 split. It's a very different strat this time around, but both of Sophia as well as I believe it was Neferhor, if I'm not mistaken, they are headed in towards Torre Ahumada. A little bit of a different strat coming in for the top dog of the tournament as they are doing a little bit more experimental moves. Pocoyo finds himself that Mini 14. Spot for choices, honestly, in this small little compound that he has, but Stavastek trying to dodge some of these vehicles, and he's just trying to pick up, get a little bit of pickup here coming from the rest of the members of Pure Rifted. But as for Hillfox, I'm not sure whether or not can he outlast some of these guys, but they are just looking for a drive tier.
Yeah, so again, Crifted only going to be having the 3 members here. Fortunately, I'm not sure what happened to their 4th member, but they're going to try and carry the torch as best they can with the 3 players on hand. Xavier going to be picking up the Marado finally as he was looking to continue moving onwards for FFG. Again, another one of the former team members there from BAE, like him and Badman and M0, all used to be playing together on the same roster. So they all have that point to prove, as we've been saying over the course of the 2 days so far. But currently, Battle Arena Elite's definitely showing that they currently have a working roster here, but it's going to be up to the rest to really live up to their own expectations.
Yeah, and I saw a little bit of the fall coming through on the kill feed. Bozo seems to be struggling with balancing, if I must say. But yeah, I think like most of all the other teams are pretty much set to just get themselves pretty much a good pacing in towards this final round in South Miramar. But when we look at towards the circle, it seems to be around the vicinity of St. Martin and those valleys as well. As for the side of Tactical Rape, they will have PMA having a lurker by the edge of the map. I'm not too sure whether it's intentional or, like I said, it might just be a little bit of that latency stuff that has been bugging them a little bit, as Vertical all the way up north is just scavenging right now. But hey, at least he found himself some goodies, but I don't expect him to pick up any vehicles for the time being.
Well, let's not forget, he picked up some early frags in the previous game. Let's see whether he can actually get the same thing or not. Currently, Team Hype rather, they are going to be all around San Martin, and don't have to really worry too much. Again, we do have that more awkward two split that we see Battle Arena at least doing, as you did point out, is maybe something that they are testing a little bit here. As you know, I mean, hey, you know, I wouldn't mind testing out different things if you do the same thing again and again, especially over the course of 30 rounds. I'm pretty sure some of these other teams are going to be able to pick up on it, and who knows, there could be some spoiler sports later on. But anyways, I mean, like, trying to deepen your playbook is always something that you know, a team should be doing, to just try and see how we can try and push the envelope and be a better team overall if we're comfortable playing in these very uncharacteristic situations that we could potentially stand a better chance. And we're seeing Murayama going to be taking a level 2 armor with him as best he can.
Well, I'm just curious as to why is there an extra piece of clothing right in the middle of the desert? Well, I guess she's thinking about the same as well. While Revive team will be taking a relatively safe approach by the eastern corner of the map as they look to rotate all together on the convoy. Well, they are just reaching by the edge of Impala. Not too sure if they would stop by to perhaps get themselves some gears, because they are still using a little bit of those level 1s right now. Levitas is going to be cutting across. Montenevo already have those bullets set on his side, and that's to the perk. Woo! He almost drove into that post.
I do believe he actually did go into that post, because he went at that sharp 90-degree angle, and Nasali Burke here is going to get shot down as he here is looking to put the finishing touches, but might be a little bit hesitant of closing the distance too quickly. But yes, I do believe he actually got a little bit too panicked, and yeah, I don't think the bike's meant to move in that 90-degree angle.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, it's a bike, like, there's so many places that he could have sprinted across, or he could just go straight for all he cares. And Assy here could have possibly whiffed a couple of shots while he's at it, but yeah, Nasali Burke kind of made it all too easy for Assy to just pick that one up. And we speak of people tipping off again. It's going to be Jay this time around, not the caster, but the player itself. So, I'm not too sure. I guess it's been a long day for them.
Absolutely. Hillfox is actually going to be here all alone, and Assy here is actually moving up over the top with the bike that, you know, didn't really work out so well for the previous rider, but going to try and see what he can still get in terms of loot. But he's going to find that things are going to be a little bit more on the deserted side in terms of the actual loot itself, so he can probably guesstimate that there could be someone in the near vicinity. Currently, Hillfox is really just biding his time. They're already on the edge of the zone here, and I think you know, they don't really want to risk disengaging from this potential battle and you know, putting their team down a bit. Ed Sas here is actually moving in as well, and this could be a bit awkward.
Very awkward indeed, and the Hillfox, he gets one, he gets two, 1 HP left, Team Max, get those freebies by just lurking around, and man, there's no more shadow boxing up in the air for Etsis. Oh boy, even more kills to come as Loki's knocks one off the ride, and whoever's on these bikes really has to be extremely careful, and with those extreme quick rapid fire taps coming from his DMR. He's looking for that chase, and Loki's. Oh man.
Oh, he gets a little bit of a surprise there from Anga. He's going to be able to pop up over the top here. Not a lot that he could do. He's maybe a bit too overzealous shooting the other places, but usually you have command of the surrounding areas. And now Cryptid only has the last player standing here. Hillfox could go for this clean sweep if he's going to be able to claim that third kill, but that 1 HP. Double frag there. Oh, that was some good plays coming out there from the Team Max player. He's waiting now to see if he can spring the trap on that final one.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be going in the highlight reels by the end of the day. While we're looking towards the middle of St. Martin with a whole lot of flock of crowd. I'm counting about 8 teams around the board if I do want to point my fingers at the map. But over on the side of Tactical Rape, they are having an open field for them to just hold on for a while. But here comes T-Max going on the rush. And oh my! Salvastack will be out. And there it goes. Q-Rifted, the first team to fall. All thanks to one man, which Salvastack definitely really put in the numbers out there, but it was Hillfox here who really got that surprise engagement against Q-Rifted in the initial rounds.
Yeah, they're gonna be having their eyes set on Hillfox. He's got a target painted on his back now, but for now, looks like Cryptid, unfortunately, is gonna be going out relatively early here. I mean, it didn't help that they started with only the 3 players, but you know, what can you do? Not too sure what happened there, but Huruhara, they only have 1 vehicle and is getting absolutely plastered here, but they carry on going and they managed to survive for the time being. But yeah, if not for the pure speed of the Murado, I think they would have been long gone and on the way to the next lobby.
Yeah, and that's definitely a lucky run for them with that Murado. While Area 51 having Double J here on the attack as he tries to look for a different position to actually work on those angles. BBG inside of Hacienda is going to be taking a long range trade against Battle Arena leads, where I don't think this sort of the range would be resulting in too much for both these teams. While Uruhara goes back on that smoking Murado, the only thing that they have at the current time being to head in towards the hills of El Pozo. One of the safer rotation coming into this round, I must say, inside of phase 2. 62 finds the crosshair on Tide Darkest. Don't really see it on the camera, but it's going to be a close quarter here between FFG and 24K.
Oh, Bio62 takes down Savior now. Aoki, though, is going to trade and take down Kenny with the frag, and now they're looking to try and push that last member upstairs, but Wolfie's gonna get taken down. He's a little bit too anxious to get into the fight ASAP. Now Ezo, he's gonna leg it here. 24K, just like that, are gonna be most likely not getting a significant number of points from this game. And FFG, they're gonna be pretty pleased with themselves as they are able to take one of the few team fights that they managed to actually take relatively decisively. They still have all 4 of their players left. Now, we just need to see them consistently do that and get into the top places at the end of the match.
24K has taken the big plunder from here, and there's definitely no saving grace for the remaining knocked member right down below. But FFG is being extremely cautious. They were thinking that, hey, maybe Ezo might just be somewhere across, so making sure that these nades are being put to good use at the very least. Well, that's going to be another member out for the side of 24K, of course, leaving only 1 man behind. Same sort of the scenario for the side of Revive team on 7th place. Both these teams are just about 9 points apart, looking at the current standings.
Yeah, not an awful lot in it. Honestly, it's going to be one pretty much good round. It's difference in terms of the overall end result in terms of the points, but now Acer Esports going to be having a little bit of a split here, hedging their bets as they're waiting for phase number 3 of the circle, and see whether or not that these teams want to try and navigate away here now that it's revealed itself. But see how that is going to be playing a factor. Currently, they are still very much inside, so they can afford to, scope out the surrounding areas around water treatment. They're already preparing some of these holes to allow them to really just put a lot more pressure on everyone else here. But looks like Ezo here, he's not going to get away. Aoki is going to finish the job in 24K Esports after having 2 good rounds to start the day. Unfortunately, they're going to have to take a sitter here on this one while they wait for Erangel to pop up next.
Yeah, and they suffered pretty much the same fate as Battle Arena leads, but of course, different scenarios itself. At the very least, BAE did get a whole lot of fight volumes on each respective rounds. Now, heading it towards the upcoming circle, it's going to be zooming in between St. Martin Water Treatment as well as Hacienda. Looking pretty similar to what we saw yesterday itself, but Team Hype seems to be in the center stage this time around. Max has already spot out a member coming from the side of the rejects, while Spaggy's all alone. He might just be able to actually escape if he does have a vehicle being parked behind, but the rest of the members of Max, they're marching right through the streets, and this does not look all too good for him.
No, I think they spotted out Spaggy, and they're probably not that too sure how many are going to be inside. All they know is that they probably need to take this fight, clear them out. They're definitely not being aggressive. Mr. Flank, though, is going to get the knock with the vehicle and finish off Dara J-Bot. So, yeah, that's going to be a nice ingress onto the compound there coming out from Area 51. They're going to have control. They're going to start pushing the other side. Quadro is there all by himself. Kamon is going to be able to take him down. Adul is all the way in the back at the long end of the building, but the whole of Area 51 looking to get in the trades. The nade from Adul, though, is going to take down Mr. Flank and Mal Kendricks at once. This is going to put a real brakes there. But now, Team Max facing problems. Badman is coming in from the side here. He's going to back up Spaggy, and now Mushi is trying to get a little bit of retribution going.
My goodness, that was from quite a distance. I'm not too sure how did Batman even catch that knock. Now it's going to be Mushi trading back, and it will be Spaggy here going run towards his teammates. But Mushi could not really get any successive shots on towards Spaggy from that corner of a distance. While Team Max wants to take over the loot warehouse, which they can only take shelter from, as the corner of the electric works is where TR will be camping out at.
Well, it looks like Area 51, they're going to reset the teammates there, and they're going to finally finish off Adul after taking that double knock there. It was a bit unfortunate, but now Neferhor is going to be weighing in against Tactical Raib, and Tactical Raib has seemingly scattered everywhere, and they're getting picked off one by one. Flood now is going to take down Black Rose, and I'm not sure that this is really going to be their game. They're probably wishing it was Erangel already by the looks of things here. But Area 51, they've definitely managed to clear out everyone in that compound before there was going to be ACR Esports and Tactical Raib that was kind of jostling for a bit of position here. And now Bad Boys Gaming, they got to make a decision. Do they stay in the Hacienda? I don't think that is going to be inside this next zone, as it's pretty much going to be focused a bit further towards the northern side of San Martin.
Flood hoping to perhaps pop a hit from the side of Area 51. And for BAE, at least, Hacienda won't be way too far off for them to rotate into. But the only problem is that BPG has been inside for quite some time. So they really need to flush out some members or get a knock first before they start invading those buildings. But it's just phase 4, so let's see where else will it evolve towards. Sounds like a shot to the pan right there, and Roulette will be able to actually kill off of JV93, while Hype having live action here to know some of the positions of certain teams that are rotating across, while Neferhor gets some action against Kamon. Oh! My goodness me, Revive team just drove right into that. I'm not too sure what was he actually thinking, but yeah, that didn't result all too well. But here comes Sophia going for that spray, gets both Alcantari's as well, Mr. Flank, and my God! Sophia, that was so beautiful with that perfect ace coming in against Area 51. Oh, wow. BAV once again running rampant across the fields as Acer Esports this time around tries to actually trade all the way back towards the side of Tactical Rape, while Demon Eater is going to be taking some shelter. But Battle Arena Elites are now sitting at 107 points, and Sophia himself will be able to put those teams to sleep. FFG inside of the building to give some time till we get Player of the J back on board, but of course I'll be paying sure towards this room. Oh, welcome back, Jay.
Yep, sorry about that. I had some technical difficulties, but it's all resolved now. So yeah, Battle Arena leads with 107 points. That's actually a monstrous total. But albeit they're going to be losing a player in the game here, so not ideal, but definitely could be worse as well. But FFG, they have got complete looking to try and gatekeep any of these other teams coming out from San Martin. But I think the majority have kind of made their way over around the side, and we're actually seeing that Bad Boys is going in for a bit of a northern push themselves.
Yeah, and my mind is just flashing back at that very moment where Sophia gets that perfect line of sight to really mow down all 4 players right there. And man, I really didn't expect that to ever happen all so swiftly. But Flood, as we speak of Battle Arena Elites, they are definitely aiming for even higher numbers in this round.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. And we're going to see how these other teams are going to react. They're going to have to move out now. This Phase 5 doesn't look too generous, and Huruhara is kind of at the mercy of Team Max at the moment. It's not a lot they can do. They're going to be potentially gatekeep. But there's still the likes of FFG who can really play a factor. They're actually going to bolt for it. So they're all getting in their vehicles.
This goal might not favor the side of hype, but they are going to be getting quite a number of catches, and they're knocking down CGM Wolf one after another. It's going to be sliding this time on his knees, while Turara will be joining in close by towards Team Max. I'm not sure if Team Max have any clue at all. Hillfox is going to be behind, and now Robin White once again catching fire, going to be taking down Slide ED. Miguel's going to be knocking out Roulette, and the boys of Team Max, they are beating themselves to this one. Hillfox going in for the flank will be able to actually find Appy. Hey, 4 is on the ground as well. It's going to be a 1v1 between him as well as Miguel. And seems like Hillfox can secure the kill. And now, just hunting out for the final member. And this will be the end of Huruhara.
Wow. Hillfox has been having a game here, but now it looks like CGM Wolf is in a lot of trouble. FFG KXS is getting right in their faces there, but they're going to be able to finish off only with Aoki that's left. Pocoyo will be able to get the knot going, but now things are getting absolutely hectic as everyone's fighting for every scrap of territory that's left here. Demon Hunter and his teammate for ACR Esports, they're going to be holding on to this rather large compound. PMA relatively bystanding all the way on that western side. We'll see whether or not that M0 and the rest of Team Rejects can close this one out, but they still got the 3 members of Battle Arena Elites that they have to worry about.
Well, Team High raking in those kill numbers, they really put both CGM Wolf as well as BBG to sleep this time. But judging from this sort of circle, I'm not too sure who does it really favor. As for now, TR seems to be having a little bit of advantage point coming in from those compounds, while Team Hype are now moving in with those vehicles. They do have those creases in between these rocky terrains that they can possibly hide from, but how long can they hold on before Battle Arena Elites joins right in? And speaking of the devil, here we go.
Yeah, so now we're finally going to be seeing a little bit more of the rotations coming here just to try and get ahead of the rest of the pack if they can. Viches here is completely in sight of Downey, and he's going to make sure that they're known there, but it looks like Badman and the rest of the Rejects are going to be very aware of the positioning. They're going to take down Mellow One straight away, and now that's going to delay their maneuvers later on. But PMA have actually spotted out BAE, and they're going to be having that one player all the way down here on the low ground. Neferhor going to have to play his cards right if he wants to be able to get in all right, but Rejects can still gatekeep the rest of PMA here. They are going to be in the way. Miracle actually trying to go for a little bit of a play here, grabbing his vehicle, and might be able to make that initial inroad into the zone.
Members of PMA are being separated, but they are looking to regroup right now. Miracle does get Flood getting caught out. Well, Neverhor is trying to aim that Carnage 8K by the edge of it. Oh, one good shot coming out, but it's not really connecting for now. Well, the rest of PMA has joined right in, and they are nailing down members of BAE.
Oh, wow. Look at them. They are all rotating so quickly here. They want to try and finish off this fight here. Flood gets finished off by Dreams. And now Sophia and Neferhor, they're the last players left here as they're trying to land these connections here. But off screen, we did see that M0 was going ham on the likes of Vitas. I think he took down 3 of them in one go. Let's see what happens from that fight. But right now, Neferhor and Sophia, they are stuck in a difficult spot. They are not inside the zone. Dreams, Pete, and Downey are trying to put these finishing touches if they can. Sophia forced to back up a little bit and see whether or not he can actually use the smokes to his advantage, try and settle the scores. But this constant aggressive maneuvers coming out from PMA is devastating. But the shots by Neverhor on the Downey are going to be good, but Dreams is going to be able to get the trade there. And now it's all up to Sophia. He takes down 2 himself. Now it's only going to be 1 player left remaining here for PMA. Pete is trying to spot him out, but Sophia, he's playing this ever so patiently. He knows exactly what to do. The heal is already effective, and now popping off more. But it's going to be answers coming from the side. He's going to have the final say on this one, and Battle Arena Elite's going to get taken out, and so is PMA.
Hype saying, what is with all this ruckus here, as they will be wiping the floor and butting hits and towards the ground. And it could have been a Sophia highlight right there, but here comes Answers. Somebody out with no bullets in the chamber, has to go in for reload on his M4. But what a battle that was! PMA, they looked like they had the advantage, and they were beaten to a pulp, and only having Sophia behind, they could not seem to be able to stop him until Hype joins into the array. While over on the side of the Rejects, it has been relatively quiet. They have been inside the circle for the most part, and they don't really need to leave in towards the open terrain all too soon. Well, this coast might be clear for a little bit, but Team Hype, they have managed to achieve that 10K mark already.
Yeah, this is looking like they're going to be having their best round since we saw them take the very first chicken dinner on day number 1. But now looks like M0 setting up this beachhead here for the rest of his team. And so he's now seeing if he can get any of these nades to land here and prevent the likes of Team Hype from moving up over the top. But the cover is going to be good. Batman, though, taking quite a bit of damage there, as Aesir also going to be weighing in from the compound side. But now M0, finally, he gets spotted out. He didn't really have a lot of spots to go to. Behind the truck, now looks like the counter utility is going to be coming out from Team Hype.
She's a Kimbab. Just looking to actually get a couple of all these sort of taps going on. Answers will be able to find that Molotov dropping in hot towards M0 boys to finish him off. Now, only 3 members remain for inside of TR. 3 teams on the table by phase 7. As I told you early on, this game can only get bloodier as time goes by. But as for Aesir, they've been snoozing out on some of these. They did let out a couple of shots, but there's no connection whatsoever. Phase 7 closes, and let's see which side does it favor. Look at the current positioning. The circle might still favor Aesir for a little bit, but I could be wrong. Demon Eater knows that there's members of TR right behind that rock. So hopefully Cheesy Kimbap still got a couple of smokes to work with.
Yeah, the Rejects, they don't have a lot of space right behind that rock, but there is, of course, going to be Batman a little bit further away. But I think this is really going to be influenced substantially here by this next zone, seeing as how no one is going to be right near the center. And looks like it's actually moving away from Aesir, and this is couldn't be better here for the likes of the Rejects, as they're going to really not have to move all that much. But of course, they might be thinking a few steps ahead. They have to try and get a bit more of a central position. But right now, that is going to be out in the middle of the field. We could be seeing a lot of positions being taken up in the tall grass. So be ready for a little bit of gamer prones potentially.
Yeah, Game of Thrones is definitely the answer to such a flat ground terrain. But we've seen that before inside of Power Grid, but the only difference is that they still have some walls to cover themselves up. As for Team Hype, they can just wait for a little bit of a moment. Although whoever's on the southern end has to worry about the rejects that might just slowly prone their way in towards the enemy territories. While live action is carrying on that SLR, hoping to actually get some from this distance. Only about 40 seconds before we see Phase 9 kick in. Well, let's see how Acer deals with this current problem that they have.
Hype also has the problem that they are going to be caught in a crossfire, even if they decide to go for a little bit of prone play, try and get up over the top. It's going to be difficult. They're going to get shot from Demon Eater and on one side, and you still have the rejects on the other, and they're pretty much trying to finish each other off if they can, and this is exactly what Acer is trying to abuse right now. They know that they were not going to be in such a great position. Still, some bits of the compound are still covered, but those are going to be the first to go in just another few more seconds as Phase 9 also starts closing in just a few moments.
Cheesy Kimbap seems to be the daredevil right here, and now Josiah really has to decide how it's going to be moving out. He just gets a little bit of his hit peeking out at the moment, while Spanky has been locking on that same angle for some time already. Upline driving past, trying to cross the barricade to be built up right in the middle of these wheat stacks. While Batman, crazy spray down coming in from his SLR, as he will be able to actually knock one out for Zyro Acer Esports. Josiah will be playing out, but now he's trying to put this crosshair upon members of Team Hype instead. 1-8 flying through, and he might just drop right into his live action. Maybe a little bit too far though.
Wow, I always love a good DMR spam right there, and Batman is definitely going to be one to oblige. He's looking for the other Acer esports member. Only going to be Demon Eater that's left here. Look at the connections landing onto the live action. Batman is on a tear at the moment, but currently still going to spot out right now, and Demon Eater not able to seal the deal. He's going to get punished for that, and now it's going to be Cheesy Kimbap rolling up the side. It is going to be a 2-on-2 battle here. Spanky's still down on the ground. But look at the number of smokes all out here in this field. Batman, he's going to get spotted out by Robinoid, and he's going to try and land as much as he can. Only 50% HP done there, but Cheesy Kimbap is going to fall.
My goodness, he just dodged a nade right through, and Batman doesn't really have much bullets. Only 39, but it's going to be the chicken dinner going in the hands of Team Hype. Wow, how the tables have turned, and it could have almost been in the hands of Battle Arena Elites, but they were running out of all these utilities that they can work with. And of course, a stellar performance coming out of Batman to take down Acer Esports. Oh boy, what a way to finish Miramar in that very final game.
Completely action-packed there. I absolutely love the finish there. Team Hype living up to expectations there, and they're going to be probably taking that pole position for the chasing pack there on our top two teams. So let's take a look at our winners. So our winners are going to be the likes of Answers, John, Shout, Live Action, of course, Robinoid, who all made it towards the end there. And yeah, they really put up such a huge points kill total. I don't think that we've seen a lot of double-digit kills, if at all, from any team that is not named Battle Arena Elites or the Rejects.
Oh yeah, and this time is great to really see a brand new face to really put in that double-digit mark, and also stacking it on top of that chicken dinner. I expect Team Hype to really move into the top 3 position if this will possibly carry their that positive result all the way through. But you know, we saw some great stuff coming from PMA and the rest. I'm not too sure how does this add on top of that. So before we go in to calculate all these sort of results, I believe that we'll be taking a little bit of a breather in a short bit. But well, you guys are currently watching the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Contra, alongside Player of the J. All this is brought to you by like Geek Events, PUBG Corporation, K&K Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect. Player of the J, anything to say before we hit on for that break?
Well, I'm looking forward for our Erangel segment. We're going to see a chance for these teams to bounce back with perhaps a more comfortable map, and the saga continues on who is going to get the better at the top of the table, as we have a new challenger looking to threaten right at the top of the standings.
哇，4、5个急救吗？这个我
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은데 저거.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature. A heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. We're looking to get our next game going here, which is going to be on Erangel, as we have just finished our Miramar segment. I'm Play the J. With me is the awesome Aaron Contra Chan, excuse me, and we're looking forward to bringing you more of the action.
Yeah, and that was a crazy round inside of Miramar. I believe that there's so many highlight moments out there, starting of that sort of the 1 versus 2 surprise attack, all the way to Sophia's attempt on getting really rowdy upon those teams out there, and he got himself that 4 straight kills to ace out an entire team all by himself. And of course, let's see how the match 8 leaderboards will be putting up for all these teams here. As you talked about Team Hype, they finally break the barriers out there with 14K on the board, when that totals up to 24 points. Alongside Battle Arena Elites, 10 points behind, 11 for the side of Rejects, 8 for PMA, 7 for Team Max. FFGKXS coming in with 6 points as well. A really good run for Saber and the boys, while CGM Wolf this time, they get the 5 frags, but no points in terms of positioning whatsoever. Acer Esports make up that top 8, and that will be the top half of the table.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not as great results for the likes of 24K Esports, for example. 0 points from this game after having 2 very good rounds on Miramar. They kind of dropping off by the wayside, so they could have done a little bit better here. But now let's take a look at the overall standings here and see how these results have played a part in our overall race for the top. And Battle Arena Elites, they're still going to be in the lead here after still getting a decent number of points, but the Rejects are close behind still, just only a 14 point gap here. So that's definitely something that they can overcome. Team Hype, after getting that monstrous win in the previous game, they're going to be moving up into that 3rd position, as you predicted, Contra, as they're going to be having the 77 points. So they're definitely going to be instilling some belief here that they can really challenge for the top honors at the top of the table. PMA, though, they're going to be not too far off themselves. They're going to be having the 68 points. CGM Wolf sort of keeping pace here with the 65. 24K Esports, this could have been an opportunity for them to really make up some ground onto that team.
Yeah, and I really want to see at the very end of the day on some of the replays, because that very final moment where we saw that chicken dinner happen, live action, the rest of the members of Team Hype really maneuvered that fight really well against the Battle Arena Elites, and this time around, it's going to be Robinoid here that takes up the highest volume of frags with a total of 6 kills, and Aoki managed to clinch 5 alongside with John Shout, Sophia, and this, and of course our playmaker of today is actually Hillfox, who really stack up those numbers for Team Max.
Yeah, and I think he put the final nails in the coffin there on to Krifta getting 2, and then, weighing in substantially on that final one, and still going on to take some of those later fights as well. So good plays coming out from them. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch Sophia's squad wipe there, but hopefully we will be able to catch that. I'll be able to catch that in the highlights. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested, do make sure that you stay on after our final match, as we will be showing you all of today's action-packed goodies once more.
Yeah, and I gotta say, John Chow so far has been performing very consistently alongside with Robinoid. Though Robinoid does get himself into trouble a couple of times, but he definitely makes up for lost cause for those sort of matches where he was getting himself into sticky situations. Now, moving in towards Erangel, of course, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a shift of momentum, maybe due to the sort of the build-up that they have in Miramar. Now, of course, we're going to be cooling down in pretty much a greener pasture, where we've seen some crazy erratic circle yesterday inside of the islands 2 times in a row, and after that it was a battle near towards Gatka as well as Quarry to end up the entirety of that Erangel run. So, if you can pick one spot, where would that be?
To fight on Erangel to see our finish. Oh, well, I think Silver is not too bad, but yes, an urban finish is always good, whether it's Yasnaya or Pochinki. I'm always happy with that. I already got my fix for Sosnovka Island for the time being, so I'll be pretty satisfied with either one of those. And any preferences for yourself?
Well, my preference will be somewhere between North and South George. That will be one of the trickiest spots to be playing on, and of course, South George being a hot drop back in those normal public matches. I'm pretty sure that everyone has got some gun skills to prove in those sort of terrains. But Northern George usually will be that perfect defensive city for them to be holding on to if it ever goes all the way there. And you know what? Like a Zarky circle is extremely rare as well, all the way in the corner of the map.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's going to be anything like the rare circle that we saw, well, relatively rare circle that we saw on Miramar yesterday, then yep, definitely will make for some entertaining viewing where people don't realize that there's actually 5 different people that can see them. But yeah, we will see if this is the sort of thing that is going to be happening. But whatever it is, any of these crazy finishes will definitely be something that definitely the teams who have a deeper playbook will definitely benefit from the most. But let's not forget, there's still going to be utter chaos and pandemonium that is going to be erupting around. And I think in general, we can expect to see a lot more of the close quarter fights. We're going to see a lot more ganking, I do believe, as teams will be looking to make use of the terrain that we see on Erangel. And yeah, it's going to be much harder to rotate than what we see on Miramar a lot of the time, because you have straight open areas and there's really nothing to hide. But now everything is to play for in that regard.
Yeah, I would certainly agree to an extent where because of all these flat terrains that you will need to drive from, some teams will definitely set up shop on those corner of the roads where they just catch on those unsuspecting passerbys, which can result to maybe a kill or two in certain scenarios. So, all these teams, they really got to be checking on some of these sort of the places before they slowly drive their way past those areas. So certain teams, they usually set out the scout to just drive up ahead first, maybe with a bike or so, and then the rest will follow suit with possibly a convoy to join alongside with it if they are going with like a two to three vehicles setup at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we did see Huruhara actually go and do this as well in the previous game, and did actually manage to save the other 3 for the later stages of the game there, as they did run into a petrol station full of Team Max players there, and it was a bit awkward. But again, just taking one for the team and making sure that you can really solidify those spots. But yeah, I do want to see a lot of more intense close quarters battle. Of course, Miramar has its own playstyle and everything, but I like it when teams can get nice and close in and personal when it comes to these type of engagements. The likes of PMA, I believe they got a lot to offer in this regard, and it could definitely be quite the treat to watch them. As we did also see them, I believe in match 2 yesterday, duking it out against Battle Arena Elites in the forest near Primorsk as well, where we did see them actually close out that game.
Yeah, and of course they close it out pretty convincingly as well. While we'll be looking at some of all these players here to be thinking of all these sort of plans to really head in towards the battle. We've seen some passive play going on. We've seen some ultra aggressive runs coming from different teams itself. Like I think Erangel is really a little bit mixed bag of both, where you can't always go ham on certain all these scenarios, especially phase 5 onwards is where all the chaos will erupt in some certain areas itself. So as we get ourselves ready for this sort of fights, make sure you guys share the stream out there if you guys possibly can, because we're going to be having another round out there, and put in your thoughts on who will be able to secure this chicken dinner in the very first match of Erangel, and this is Game 4, Day 2.
Yeah, so really excited for this one. Genji, world champions, immortalized there in the museum. And now we're going to see who is going to be taking one step closer to representing the region at the next regional tournament. It's going to be PCS2 APAC, and it's going to be later this month, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you do stay tuned as to when that's going to be happening, and make sure that you do follow/like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and the Geek Events Facebook pages to be kept up to date as to the comings and goings on the PUBG competitive scene.
Now, taking this flight, we're going to be seeing that flight starting off from Georgia Pool all the way down towards Novo Ramboye. So, 2 peers will be met from the start of the flight as well as the end of it, as we are looking at battleground release, going in for the signature Milta drop. Well, there's a lot of all these teams really heading in towards the mainland, while Acer alongside BBG will be headed in towards the Nazca once again. But I don't think that this one will go in towards the island again, will it? As we will see how that first circle will treat all our players. Now, Darajabat is looking for that UAZ, secures it pretty much early, and lucky for him, because there's teams like Area 51 and CGM Wolf lurking pretty closely, while Acer Esports will be able to get their hands on one as well. Oh, Vitas playing a bumper card ride right now.
You're going to turn this game into a bit of a demolition derby there. Quadro not going to be able to get the knock here, so they're going to be let bygones be bygones here, it would seem. And Tactical Ray, they're just going to be taking these very central apartment blocks next to the school side of things. And it looks like we'll be having a relatively neutral circle. It's going to be a little bit more towards the eastern side of things, just going to marginally capture school and whatnot. But yeah, we still have to see what's going to happen. Lipovka is going to be inside the zone. But for the time being, Tactical Rib, they're definitely the team that probably will see if they can break into the top half of the table. Currently, they are sitting in that 13th spot, so it's not going to be a lot separating. Only 12 points between them and the 8th position, 8/9th position teams. So they can definitely make some inroads if they going to be able to turn things around here in the Erangel segment.
Yeah, and of course, there are many more chances for them to really do exactly just that, turn things around. I really do love all these updates that come into its Erangel. That you can see, even the shelter has been having a little bit of that facelift with even more space inside of those bunkers. Well, we're already seeing a little bit of that skirmish going on. FFG Bozo is going to be knocked out by Zablastic. So QRF is going to be making some teams pay for all the things that they have gone through for the past couple of games. And yep, Zablastic secures point number 1.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Bozo. FFG doing a little bit better in the previous round, but now so they're already going to be pegged back right from the get-go, and see what they can do. Cryptid, though, they've been playing with only 3 players for all the rounds here, so it's a bit unfortunate for them. Oh, looks like live action now. It's going to be piling on the misery onto FFG. Takes on Savior and the Darkest. As it's definitely looking pretty bleak for the FFG squad at the moment. They only have the 1 player left standing, if not mistaken, as the Aoki will now try and see how he's going to be testing his survivalist skills to the maximum.
Yeah, it seems like the misery doesn't seem to end for some of all these teams, while Aoki now plays as the one-man show for the entirety of the run, where the chances of a chicken dinner is definitely dwindled down by 80% at the very least. While Pasha gets that 3 knock on Jadara Jabat. gets back on his bike as they look to rotate with this circle surrounding quite a percentage of water area. If you really want to include the lake as well, yeah, by all means do so. But Yasnaya, for some reason, is being left empty. Maybe it's due to the flight path being a little bit too far off from the radar for them to really drop directly into the city.
Could be the reason, and usually we do see 24K go there, but they have gone for the Lipovka region, and they're going to be pretty pleased with this one. Of course, there's going to be a plethora of teams who are going to be in with a decent spot. So the only thing is whether or not the circle is going to start still covering quite a substantial amount of the water of this map, but we'll wait and see if that's going to happen. Looks like Pasha will finally get the kill confirmed there as Rixus bleeds out. And things going to get a little bit less congested for CGM. Well, they're going to be having the Rozhok side of things, and let's not forget that the Tactical Ray players, I mean, they were just going to be a bit further south. Revive team, though, is going to be doing that very risk-averse convoy that we see here. They're actually going all the way around the Yasnaya Lake as well, so I guess they got the right idea in mind. They want to try and maneuver a bit faster as... Ooh, there's going to be a little bit of goodies here. Grazda is going to be a very utilizable weapon, especially on this map.
On top of that, they managed to pick up a kill lead 8 times. Not really pairing well with Grazda for sure, but if he can put it on a DMR, that will be that perfect setup he could use for both long range as well as mid to close range combat. So over on the side of Neferhor, he's going to be using the Mutant. Pretty rare to see some of all these players get their hands onto this one, as the AUG will be on the crate as well for everyone to take.
AUG always going to be quite a good pickup for anyone for the assault rifle in your loadout. And Miguel going for a 360, and he's still going to be working onwards here, and 360 not in the traditional sense either, but whatever it is, he's gonna be able to continue onwards. It does look like Tactical Ray using the deflate a little bit here to take a pause and try and shoot at PMA, but they're gonna continue onwards. Cryptid also gonna be in close nearby as we're starting to see these more central compounds already being solidified and reinforced by a lot of these teams as they do want to try and sustain into the mid game.
24K as well as Hype has been getting themselves into action as it's going to be knocked out while Hype, who just got themselves that chicken dinner, is going to be having some really early commitments going on. Aoki, one of the top fraggers of the previous one, will be unloading the entire clip of the AK, not really catching any kills at all. Even though he's all alone, he's playing so aggressively as if there was an entire team behind his back.
Well, I guess, you got to play with nothing to lose sometimes. Get a kill here or there. Because honestly, to play the survivalist game, get as many points as you want, it's going to be difficult. You might as well open up and try and take some fights now when there's going to be less people to deal with at a singular moment in time. Team Max also going to be continuing on with their rotation. Acer Esports, you did expect to see a sort of good showing coming out from them, but today has been a bit hit and miss, and not really sure if they're going to be able to match up to what we were expecting. I think when we were laying out which of the teams that we could probably see having decent chances going into this series.
Yeah, I would say that the third place finish was not too shabby for Acer Esports, but they've been playing relatively passive in many of these rounds, and they don't really get that many kills, for instance, that could have possibly add up to the standings better for themselves. But Vampire's getting tapped across. He's hiding inside the shack. Nowhere for him to escape as Ezo has got him pinned down. So he's just going to be breaking down the doors, and Atsis here uses his brand new weapon, Groza, to take down Dasselberg.
Oh yeah, and that's gonna be a little bit unfortunate for Vitas. I think they've definitely seen a better day one compared to day two if we're to extrapolate the kind of performance that they've had here over the course of 5 rounds. But looks like we're gonna be moving away from water. Everyone is preparing for the worst here. And now this could be a good time for a lot of these teams to rotate a little bit more here. Vampires under quite a bit of fire as Ezo is going to actually get taken down here. Luckily, he's got Bio 62 to back him up there as the Shik Daki is going to be taken down.
Yeah, and of course, Aoki had one unsuspecting victim crashing in towards his side. Bao 62 is looking to secure some kills, but he gets knocked from the back. Two different angles to secure the kill, and it's going to be a revived team to be able to put him to sleep, while Robin Knight's going to be able to knock out 24K's Wolf at the same time. So it's a pretty interesting three-way warfare between some of these guys. Cheesy Kimbap looks to take off those tires so that they could not move all too much. Kirif will be stuck if Cheesy Kimbap opts to do so. Now, Asi going for an open wave revival. Oh my! Still survives, but maybe not for long. This spray here is going a little bit erratic. Kimbap just trying his best, but you know, Asi has been able to take down Nassilberg 2 times in a row in the previous game as well as this game. It's been pretty interesting to see how uncanny some of these scenarios can be.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that is the RNG factor going on here. But now looks like 24K trying to get the team member up there, but it's not going to work. Wolf gets spotted out there by Noise, and it's going to be Revive Team piling on more misery to 24K after 2 good rounds here. 2 bad rounds are going to be matching it as they're going to be bowing out relatively early and really not how they want things to be going. I mean, they already got into the top half of the table, and this is really allowing others to creep their way back in here. Battle Arena Lead's actually going to be rotating around Acer Esports. And Acer Esports, yeah, despite getting the 3rd place finish, they didn't really get a lot of points from that previous game. And these are the kind of games that you really do need to churn out the points, because the other games where you just can't sustain into the later stages, I mean, you know, you're going to have those regardless. And yeah, you need to really take the opportunities as they come. Hopefully they're going to be able to do it here on Erangel.
So far, of course, some teams will have opportunities delivered to them as well, in the form of Aoki early on, who really had somebody crashing upon him for a free kill, while CGM Wolf has to work a little bit harder to really put some more in the bag. So far, Pasha has been working wonders, securing 2K in the bag. Rayvax relatively have been staying very silent, but he seems like it will be a shot off that metal bar. Very unfortunate for Quadro.
Yeah, this is, he had to take 1 shot, and unfortunately, House is against him on that one. But anyways, it does look like Ace here is still just trying to get a little bit more vision on this. Another one against the bar. Quadro doesn't seem to be having much luck. But yeah, in any case, it's not going to be a life or death situation here. So you can afford to take a little bit more of time. PMA definitely one of the teams that has taken advantage of the circle shift substantially as they move into this vacant space. We'll see how the next zone is going to be appearing. Looks like we're going to be very much encapsulating the likes of Shelter and Mansion. So it's going to still be pretty okay for the gifted team. They could do with a little bit of luck considering the kind of numbers disadvantage that they've been having for the longest part here.
Yeah, and as for FFG, I can't help but to feel pretty bad for Aoki, because this has been pretty much a perfect drop ball for them if they could keep themselves alive. But of course, now they have to play with a one-man army right here, while BAE is taking a very different approach towards this game. Look at Sophia currently. He's separating himself away from the rest of the team as he's looking for even more information coming in from the corners of PMA, as bullets have been raining upon the side of Team Max, and they still make their entry in towards the main warehouse where all the names of the legends have been etched on those walls.
Yeah, and right now is prompting a lot of these rotations here. It looks like Ace here, they're going to go all the way around down the southern side, and going to be seeing the top downs but not outs. But yeah, we'll revisit that one later after we have all the statistics from this match. Shelter here is going to be seeing the likes of BAE currently taking out residents there.
Rejects, going for a trade-off. It's going to be Loki's up on top of the hill. The top 2 fragments of the tournament so far has been duking it all out again and again and again. Estes wants to join right in, and he did get one tap right under the vehicle.
Yeah, so right now it's proving to be a little bit awkward here. Etsas is looking to see, can he land any of these finishing touches? Not going to be really happening at this moment in time. The smoke's going to be offering just enough cover here, but it looks like Flood actually is on 1 HP after the random shots that through the smoke is going to be able to land. It feels a bit unlucky that he's not able to do a little bit more. Battle Arena Elite's going to be a little bit... on a precarious spot here. There's only going to be Loki's and Flood at the moment, as there's going to be Bad Boys Gaming a little bit further up the hill here, but look at this action quality is going to get absolutely destroyed as they're running right into this compound that they have managed to secure for themselves, as Murayama is going down as well. Ketchik, though, is going to get revenge here. He takes down Neferhor and finishes off Sophia.
Oh, what a tough luck that they've got right here, and immediately they ram into another UAZ, causing them both to flip. And although they did run over one of the members, it didn't really matter, because at BBG, they still have all 4 men intact right after this. This phase 3 is going to be tickling them a little bit, but it's not any problem at all, as the circle is just pretty close by. Well, I can't really see the circle, maybe just the place itself. They're still looking to rotate to a better spot.
Yeah, so they look as though that they're seeing if Murayama can actually get inside here, but yep, I think the new zone here is going to be dealing some serious damage. Not really going to help them. They're going to have to make some moves, but now they're under pressure. It's the rejects also trying to weigh in on this outcome here, but Vitas, they do still have Ghostly Boy and Mellow One still standing here in the Harry Potter Tower. We're going to see that circle is going to shift all the way down south here. And looks like we can see the whole of the Team Rejects could potentially gatekeep what remains here for BAE. It's only going to be the likes of Loki's and Flood going to be over here on the side. There's still going to be Bad Boys Gaming moving in even more closely.
They might just be able to wipe out the entirety of Battle Arena Elites right here. While Flood is just being extremely patient. He heard those footsteps, but BUG have no clue whatsoever on the whereabouts of these members of Battle Arena Elites. As there's going to be a couple of shots, it's going to be BBG here, who's opting to hop right into the bike, and maybe if they go any lower, they might spot these Lucia.
Yeah, I think they can kind of guesstimate here that there's going to be problems here, but no, looks like they're going to be making some serious moves, and this will not be the worst place to do it. If the BAE players let loose, Loki's trying to get into a better position here. He's going to land some of the shots, not enough to down any of them, but that might actually give away the position here for his himself and his teammate. But they're going to actually start to ingress into the circle, but they're going to be running right past the likes of the rejects. They're unloading onto the vehicle. They're going to peel a little bit further away if they can to get a little bit more cover in between them.
Oh, what a great tracing of these bullets here coming in from the side of Demon Eater. Just line it perfectly to get this knock in the back and continue. Although they did clear off 2 members of the side of Battle Arena Elites, they went in towards the Tiger's Den this time around as Acer Esports get their very first kill. But Zam is running down the hill once again. He's still by circle, but this is not really the best spot to be. And speaking of which, it's Cheesy Kebab. I call him Kebab for the second time. And yeah, they fell down on the 4th place.
The kebab counter is at 2 at the moment here, but in any case, we'll see how things will progress. Now for the rejects, they're going to just be repositioning slightly. They don't have to do big drastic differences here, but of course Cheesy Kimbap is a little bit further away, and PMA is actually in between them, and he actually is going for the right rotation here. Mellow One is going to take down Devil, and Area 51 going to have to see if they can get him up. He's a little bit separated from the rest of the team, and regarding the likes of Hype, going to be constantly peppering the building here. And Asi here is going to get taken down here by Road Rage. Pasha is going to finish him off, and DGM Wolf is looking to sustain into this game here, but Cheesy Kebab is going to take on Blood. Only one left here, and he's going to get actually his teammate to come in and weigh him down, and luckily for him, he's going to be saved a little bit. Battle Arena Elites going out in 12th position.
Wow, another tough run for the side of Battle Arena Elites, but with that sort of rotation, it's definitely costed them a little bit way too much. While these 11 teams here are just having some open grounds here to work with. As Maggie checks out that UAZ that has been left out here by PMA. PMA actually has some really great position here, but it's going to be Batman on the flank. They're going on the attack, but no! It's 21 HP left, and he's trying to strafe away. Looking enough, that stays there to connect, and one more this shot coming out from Batman, but he's being wrapped around by the rest of PMA with Dreamswire taking him down.
Oh, they completely engulf him. He has nowhere to go, and that's going to be it for Badman. Now, there's still going to be the rest of the rejects that can still try and get a good result from this game, but it's not going to have the former BAE team member. And now we're going to see if Hype is going to be moving in. They're all starting to rotate from all around the sides. Kamon is going to take out John Chow as he is going for the very peculiar entry, considering some of his other teammates already having made their way in, but the shots landing there for answers. Mellow One is down, and now Vitas is only occupying the bottom of the tower. It's going to be difficult to get in there. Robinoid is going to be absolutely destroying him as Vitas getting eliminated.
It's a lot of drama coming in through the Harry Potter tower right there, and man, they could definitely make a saga out of that one. Well, Roulette will be able to actually find the crosshair on top of the side of the J, as Hyatt looks to defend themselves inside of the tower, which they've just won. And Robinoid, oh man, he definitely was caught by surprise, but luckily enough, he managed to actually win that trade. A little bit of that blast coming out to really blow off some fences. While CGM Wolf might just actually have one more coming in the way. Koyo trying to actually hold on while Slightly tries to prepare for the next upcoming battle here. A little bit of that sort of sprayed out will cost the lives of Team Max as Kurohara is around the vicinity.
Oh, Pasha manages to take down Zolsvatek here, and now Etzas is going to be the last surviving team member here from Cryptid, but it's going to be Pasha finishing him off at that close range. Barrel is not something that you want to send up to, but now Pasha has got all 5 kills here for CGM Wolf. They are looking good. They have got all members still standing, and this could be their game to really drive home some serious points. But let's see what they can do. There's going to be PMA a little bit further inroad in the zone. But depending on how Phase 6 is going to turn out, it could be potentially good or a bad thing. Looks like they don't have to have that direct confrontation looking at how things are shifting.
Dreamswire has a fully stacked out Mark IV team, ready to perhaps get a couple more kills on that one. But over at the top side of the hill, it seems to be a little bit of a bullets being sent out coming from Acer Esports. Hype will be able to end the lives of Tactical Rape here in the very first Erangel round of today, while Live Action will be able to pick up one from a distance.
Yeah, but currently this topographical disadvantage is not really something that Team Hype will probably want to stick around, but they do have a little bit more of a pressing issue, and that's going to be the Area 51 members. I don't even think that they are anywhere aware, but now Andrews is going to finally cut them out, but he's not able to react in time. Mr. Flank, though, he's going to be able to take him down, but not before Rabinoid. He's going to run over his team member, but the trade is going to be there. Mr. Flank gets the second as Rabinoid goes down, but Mr. Flank, he gets the third. He takes out the entirety of Team Hype.
Such a beautiful way to work it out. He's insane, and I wasn't too sure. Hype, they could have worked that one out better, but they chose to, hey, you know what? I'll park this UAZ right through to take you on, but every single one of the members of Team Hype just fall on his crosshairs right there. Now back to his side of the Juice are connected. One shot all the way towards the corners of Kurohara, and now he'll be peeking inside of smoke, hoping to find members of CGM Wolf. And speaking of which, it's Quadro to take out 8 members of Area 51, and of course Miguel to take on CGM.
Wow, and yeah, we've got so caught up with the Area 51 fight over here against the likes of Team Hype, who didn't quite catch all the action there as CGM Wolf getting absolutely wiped out. And yeah, I think that's Caster's Curse coming out right there. But now Area 51 in trouble. The nade is coming out there. Demon Eater is going to finish off now Kendricks. now Mr. Flank, he is going to be all by his lonesome, but if anyone is going to be coming out with the stuff, it's him. But another nade is still coming out for Demon Eater, but primed a little bit too early here, and now he's going to have to still try and watch this flank for any potential aggression coming out.
I guess he gets a little bit more breathing room after that huge play that he put out. But as for PMA, they are just going to be taking a chill pill. Still loitering by the corners of shelter. They need to move slightly towards their right side and perhaps meet up with the rejects once again. In a lot of long-range trades against Uruhara, but now it's time for the side of the reject to respond, and none of these players are inside the circle except for Elliot, who just stepped on towards the eastern side.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit precarious how these teams want to try and navigate their way in, especially PMA. They're kind of visible by the rejects who are constantly piling on the pressure here. So that's something that they're going to have to see how they want to maneuver around that. Acer Esports, I'm pretty sure that they don't want to have one of the members here from Area 51 constantly being a thorn in their backside. And we've seen what one man can do in the name of Mr. Flank. So it's good that they're respecting the potential danger coming out here. Mr. Flank, though, is going to start piling away on the pressure here, but he's taking a bit too much damage there. This Elliot is going to be able to assist Demon Eater and make sure he gets the angle there to put those finishing touches.
Yeah, and great assistance towards Demon Eater right there. Well, although that was that play that was pretty much out of this world for Area 51, but they didn't really seem to be able to go all the way in for that chicken dinner for sure. Oh, great knock coming in from the side of PMA as we see Dreamspire are trying to hunt out members of the side of the rejects. Urahara now goes in for 4th place finish. Well, YR, oh, great tap as they will be able to bring down some health. And now taking that UAZ as a cover, he'll be able to connect one more shot, but he's being taken down to 50%. They are on the move, and oh, Miracle, although he's inside of smoke, he gets knocked out.
Oh, the spam fire coming out here is going to be devastating. Demon Eater is going to be able to nail him from across the yonder, but now it does look like the likes of the rejects here, they're getting corralled out of their cover from the Acer Esports players. They're trying to get the backstep here. PMA is in a difficult spot, but look at Acer Esports. They are so confident in pushing out here. They got 6 kills on the board, led by Demon Eater, but now you might be able to get some good flanking shots. PMA in that fracas, they managed to get their team member up here, but they take too many hits there. Demon Eater is going to get another down here, and now PMA really throwing out whatever utility that they have remaining. Their tournament, or rather, their game lives depend on it.
My goodness, that spray inside of the smoke has been working wonders for its side. It looks like it's going to be Acer Esports game to take, having the best run so far. They made it to the top 3, and oh, that's a great knock. Pizza's going to be having the smoke subsiding, and there we go. PMA down on the ground, only having Dreamswire left alive. Going to be throwing in the Molotov to defend off against Alan Xavier. Now, all these 6 players on the board here is going to be looking to see where can they snatch this chicken dinner away from the side of Acer Esports. But Rayvax, we got 2K here. Demon Eater suppressing YR by the corner of the tree. He's just hoping to actually get a little glimpse here to trade right back. A little bit more utilities being expended here, but YR, he's down to almost nothing left.
Yeah, and this chip damage here on the Dreams is forcing him to heal at a very precarious moment in this time. The rejects are getting back up here, and they're going to be able to combine, taking down Josia. And that's going to be Spaggy putting those final touches there. Elliot is going to be taken down now. Dreams really drawing out this fight, and Acer trying to take too many fights on too many fronts, and now they're going to be suffering for that. Only Demon Eater that's left standing, but Cheesy Kimbap, he's going to take down Dreams. It is a 2-on-1 situation as they're moving up. Elliot, he can't do anything but be a human drone right now as Cheesy Kimbap is tossing out that molly. Finish things off. Looks like Demon Eater, he's going to be trying to hold on, but Spaggy gets taken down. It's a 1v1. Cheesy Kimbap is moving up over the top. He has no more utility left remaining in this game. He has to try and finish this 1v1. Currently, Cheesy Kimbap with the 4 kills. Demon Eater, I think he has 5 at the moment here. He is looking at a win.
Acer Esports now knowing that there's so many members of Rejects up above. Rejects have been waiting patiently for all these members to really pop out, and with that patience, it definitely pays them a whole lot of dividends right there. Kimbap gets advantage right now. He is peeking from the other corner, knows that he's right behind the tree, and this is going to be the circle shrinking all the way inwards, and this will force them to really fight on. There's no point going prone at this moment, as this is going to be a little bit of that uphill peak that he needs to take. Up, going in towards the right side. It's going to be confusing the sole remaining survivor of the side of Acer for the moment. Now, going back towards the barrel, the red dot. He's got a lot of bullets to spare, but no helmets, no vests. Any sort of bullets could have proved fatal for him if it connects 3 shots on the body at the very least. Demon Eater having some damage being done right there. Cheesy Kimbap almost gets it!
Absolutely precarious right now. Demon Eater's taking a lot, and he's going to take a headshot there. It's going to be Cheesy Kimbap coming out with the clutch plays as the Rejects. They're going to look to bounce back as Battle Arena Elites bowing out early is definitely going to allow them to creep back into this game. And now they are going to be looking forward to seeing the next results here, as they are going to be for sure to close the gap.
Wow, I was really caught by surprise because Acer Esports, they were well on their way to really take the bite on that chicken dinner by the moment that they managed to pin down so many of all these members of the side of PMA. And of course, there was Dreamswagger by the corner of the tree, having not much room to work with, but on the back, man, the Rejects stormed in out of nowhere. They were staying so silent, waiting for the right moment to strike. And of course, it was Cheesy Kimbap who really got it all in the bag for the Rejects. Now, does that mean that they have what it takes to really overtake Battle Arena Elites? Because Battle Arena Elites kind of fall flat a little bit too early in this matchup.
Yeah, totally. But I have to, definitely give props to Acer Esports. Definitely their best performance so far. Demon Eater being absolutely clutch, and he really came out with some fantastic plays there. Just unlucky there when it came right to the end. But I think the problem was that, they got bits too stretched. The fight with PMA was good. The only thing is that they didn't take the time to finish off the Rejects. I do believe that Spaggy or Cheesy Kimbap was already down on the ground for some time, and they had to try and get the res up. And Josiah was trying to finish them off, but unfortunately it turned into a 2v1 situation just because of how protracted it got there. But I think with that, let's take a look at the winning team here. As of course, we did get the Rejects coming up big in this one.
Yeah, the Rejects finding their winning ways once again, and this is going to be their second chicken dinner for today, as they finally break the one single win streak for each respective teams. So later on, we'll be seeing what's going to be happening on the very last round of day number 2, as we will be heading in towards Game 10, but Cheesy Kimbap definitely the MVP of this entirety of the match. If I could just give him a medal for that. Well, of course, props to the boys. And with that, I do hope that they would just tie the knots against Battle Arena Elites with such a score.
Absolutely, and Acer Esports, they definitely, dug deep, and let's hope to see them have a little bit more of improved results here as we continue onwards. But who knows? Maybe this Erangel segment is definitely going to be exactly what they need to have happen here. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more Erangel matchup for the day, but we are going to be taking a short break first, as we are going to be preparing all the players here to drop in for that final bit of action here to conclude day number 2.
You work for these people, and I think it's a little screwed up that you act like you're better than us.
I never said I was better.
It's the way you act. Oh, I could never watch these things? That's exactly your job.
It's not my job. And is that how you think I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, someone's viewer isn't muted.
Me? Sorry.
I don't know why you're all over me on this. Martin doesn't watch either.
Martin? Really? Martin, you recruited these guys. These are your people. You don't watch?
No, I watch.
Oh, now you watch.
I watch if I have to, okay?
Do you know how much these people pay to watch this? Chef, gotta taste the food.
If I bred dogs for a living, would I need to go downtown to watch every dog fight?
See? Everyone, attitude, okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Nelson's just testy because he's the only one who has to work on site.
Not that I don't mind being in a bunker, 30 feet underground. But now that you bring it up, why am I the only one that has to be here?
Because you work the blue zone?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a nice sign, of camaraderie. If guys,
If I were to spend 4 days in the bunker with you that smells like hamburger. Do you know what smells like hamburger down there? It's because that's where they put all the bodies after the match.
Hey, is anyone else still getting the interference?
Audio or video?
I'm still getting both every time the blue zone moves.
Which camera, Shay?
4, 5, 14, 15, 27. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'm getting freezing too.
So you are watching then?
Piss off, Nelson. Guys, chat's not pleased.
Yeah, the chat's never pleased. Okay, you can't please everyone.
Working on that. How about now?
Yeah, that's good, Studio.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay, shrinking the blue zone. Anybody want to make a bet?
Alright, I was just feeding in the data. I was doing the usual, and it just kicked me out.
Yeah, Cobaltic's still not loading for me.
Listen, I told you something was wrong with the blue zone. It's been doing this all game. What have you been doing?
Everyone chill, all right? This is why you should be on site and not at some hotel.
Guys. Do we have a last known for Squad 4?
Which combatant?
Any of them.
What does system error mean?
System error means the blue chip's offline.
It can't be offline.
It says it's offline.
Well, is it possible they're just dead?
And it would say deceased. So
Nelson, well, chat's asking questions. What should I tell them?
Tell them, just tell them we'll get this fixed.
We'll get this fixed?
Yes, Shay, we will get this fixed. Do you know the kind of people we work for?
Martin, is Squad 4 the one with the engineer?
Yep, Slade's team.
Why is it Slade's team? Why isn't it Mad Malholtra's team? Or
is this Slade the American? The one that you paired with the psychopath, so ham meat.
It is lunch meat. Oh, she is cute.
Gals, you know she killed 14 people before she was 18.
She's actually the one that broke Martin's nose during the interview.
So it's Slade, Malhotra, lunch meat, and Julie, and you're saying we lost them. All of them.
Okay, everybody calm down, take a deep breath. Try not to worry, okay?
Don't worry about the illegal murder game we could all go to jail for. Or don't worry about the fact that someone might show up in my hotel room tonight with a silenced 45.
Sudhir, I need eyes. Give me Omega override, please.
I'm on it.
All right, I'm coming through the other side.
Yeah, I'm rewriting it.
Thank you. Nelson, you feel like jumping in at all?
Martin, has anyone tried to get off the island before?
No.
No one's ever had their chip go offline before, Shay.
Okay, I think I have something. Loot truck went down 4 minutes ago, half a click from boot camp. I think it's
Yeah, I see it. I've got down cameras south along Main Street.
Where were they when the blue zone messed up?
Say it was the blue zone again, Martin, and it'll be your body stashed in this bunker.
I got it. Last one's at the quarry.
They're going for the center of the map. Nelson, there's no way in hell they can get into the bunker, is there?
Of course not.
How do you know?
In the history of battlegrounds, no one has ever found the bunker.
And no one's ever disabled the chip either.
Okay, guys, everyone just calm down. This isn't a bloody moon landing. We can... Oh my god.
I'm the IT guy, all right? I don't have any
Yeah, okay.
what you guys do upstairs.
Get out!
Martin, what are we gonna do?
It was a pleasure working with you guys.
Deer, what are you doing?
I hope this works out.
Deer.
Now, I still might have a shot. Bye, guys.
This is not our fault. We did not. I'll tell him. We were not involved with anything.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, isn't there a team we can send in?
There was. They were at the bunker.
Okay, well, how long until they make it to the mainland?
18 minutes.
Sir. I'm afraid the control room has been compromised, sir. We're still trying to figure out exactly what happened with Tech. But maybe there was something in the backpack or something in the truck. I mean, we were monitoring everything.
I understand right now that things seem complicated. Let me assure you they are not. They are extremely simple. Your lives, your loved ones, everything. All of it now depends on your ability to do one simple thing. Find the Sandhawk 4.
哇，4、5个急救包。哦，这个我。
Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은 데서.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature. A heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer? And how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanhok. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tookshy. Just look at him go. But Sanhok wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murano. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you 2 run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Once again to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. My name is Contra here alongside with Play of the J. We'll be playing our very final round inside of day 2. It'll be our 5th match or the 10th match in total. And we'll be headed towards Erangel once again. Well, the rejects once again have done it again, securing that big chicken dinner at the very end, which will be pretty much adding in towards the score. And I'm not too sure, have they been able to beat the record against Battle Arena Elites?
Well, they are definitely hot on their tails. That is without a doubt here. They're going to get 17 points from that game. And the Battle Arena Elites getting 0 points. That's a very rare thing to say, but that's definitely going to help the Rejects climb up the standings and maybe overtake. We'll have to see in the overall leaderboards. But ACR Esports, they're going to have 15 points themselves. Hara with 14 points. This is their breakout performance. They had a cracker of a game here, and that's exactly what they needed. But ACR Esports, of course, we did see it came down to that 1v1 between Cheesy Kimbap and Demon Eater. It was a bit unfortunate for ACR Esports, but they're still going to be pretty pleased with the 15 points, I do believe. PMA getting the 11 points, Area 51 with 8, Hype and CGM both going to weigh in at 7 points apiece.
Yeah, the revived team managed to make 3 points work with those kills, but the other teams did not really secure much of that positioning point. Kirith did 24k as well as Bat Boys place to be at. But hey, we still have one more game to go to see whether if these teams could change that. And like I said, Battle Arena Elite's first team out. This is something that we're not too familiar with, even for the likes of FFG. It seems like they lasted a little bit longer than the other teams like Team Max, Tactical Rape, as well as Battle Arena Leads to be able to get themselves a 13th place at the very least with only one member standing, which was Aoki. So we'll be also looking at the top fraggers later on, as well as this is going to be pretty much an updated score for our overall leaderboards upcoming next to see has anything changed so far.
So, looks like the Rejects, they finally managed to take the lead back here from Battle Arena Elites by 3 points. They have that third chicken dinner, enabling them to get that 117 points. Battle Arena Elites need to pull their socks up if they're going to continue to try and sustain their challenge here on getting these Singapore and Malaysia series to be in their name. Team Hype going to be still in the near vicinity, but of course they did run into some problems, namely Area 51 in this particular match. Mr. Flank completely destroying the entirety of the team, not able to make up significant ground even on BAE. PMA is going to be in that fourth spot, starting to open up that lead over CGM Wolf. ACR Esports still going to be actually moving up a little bit more here because of that good result. So 24k, despite the good efforts in the first 2 games of the day, they're going to be sliding ever so slowly down.
Yeah, and it's quite sad to see some of these teams not being able to really catch up. Especially today, Vitas has been struggling for a whole lot to really make any significant positive impact for the team so far. While Team Max has been showing up relatively well in a couple of rounds, and some not so, but we do see Huruhara after that play that they did make in the first game. They have climbed up from the 16 all the way to 13 with just one big swinging round with 10k in the bag. So I'm believing that they could possibly move up the charts even more as they finally found themselves their momentum, if I must say. And well, I'm not too sure what's really going on with Battle Arena Leads though. Like, there were, of course, that big round coming in to open up the day, but after that, everything else seems to be falling apart for some of all these stuff. Like the round that they had inside of Miramar, where they dropped inside of Porta Party, so didn't work well as well.
Yeah, but I mean, we did see some different tactics coming out from BAE in the later stages. So, I mean, after the first game, so they could be trying different things out, 2-2 splits, because of just now in their last game, it was a 2-2 split as well. It's just that, yeah, they kind of ran into a bit of problem in terms of squads. But yep, top fraggers, Cheesy Kimbap coming up big. 5 kills there on the board, but Demon Eater also weighing in substantially. So is Miguel, also with the 5 kills for Huruhara. So, well, actually, Pasha is also going to get 5 kills. So it's the 5 kill club here, plus Dreams.
Yeah, Dreams has been trying to outlast the entirety of the competition, but he was pinned down by the corner of the tree. But at the very least, he managed to secure that third place finish for the team of PMA. So far, PMA has been always up in the charts so far, although they do run into a couple of all these sort of the sticky fights, but they usually do win in those close range combat. But let's check out even more stuff to come here as we'll be heading in towards our final match of day 2 inside of Erangel.
Yeah, so this is going to be our second round here in a row for Erangel, and we'll see how these teams want to adjust, close things out on a bang here, and really just try and go to sleep thinking, all right, we had a good closeout to the day, and we're going to be able to improve on this tomorrow. And look at the team's performances today versus yesterday, and I think, of course, there are some teams where we do see the notable improvements. I think overall, Rejects have to be happy up to this point with the kind of progress that they're making. And we're seeing leaps and bounds here. ACR Esports, 24K Esports definitely having better day number 2s. Huruhara, of course, we just saw their breakout performance. Team Hype, I dare say their win today was far more impressive than the one that they achieved yesterday. So definitely a lot of teams benefiting from this. But again, this is only day number 2. We still have 4 more days of play to look forward to.
Yeah, and anything could change within those time frame of 4 days. And it looks to me that there will be Vitas to be moving across alongside with Huruhara. I'm not sure if this is going to be an urban warfare in the starting rounds for both these teams, but it's going to be a big contest as Acer Esports is going to be docking out by the corners of the lower section of the mainland, I'm about to say, while one member off the side of Acer will be inside of Sonoska. Oh! Woo! Deja vu. Well, I gotta say, the flight path that came out itself was kind of like the clue, because yesterday, the sort of flights that came from the south is signaling that it's an island ending.
Yeah, I think that was pretty indicative right there, and we're going to be in for another treat to close out day number 2. And I think these teams should be well practiced with this type of flight path plus circle, so there's no excuse for not really delivering on that front. Noise actually taking quite a bit of fall damage just for jumping around downhill. It's going to have to use a little bit of utility just for that. But yeah, I think these teams, they should be well versed at that. Bad Boys Gaming and ACR Esports both having presence on that Sosnovka Island, and they know what's up. 24K this time doesn't have any teams to hold them back here, so we might be able to see something a bit better coming out from them. Remember, they did have a horrid time in day number 1. In particular, those first 2 rounds, which basically is what we are seeing unfold right now.
Yeah, even though they might be pretty much well-versed for this sort of circle, but they won't be knowing what's to come with all these circumstances stacked against them. Now, everyone's making a quick move, especially for Battle Arena leads. They say, you know what, let's hop on the bike and let's sprint up and towards Sonoska right now. Sophia already on the move, as they do have Lokis as well as Neferhor already in the front seat. Of course, Josiah picks up that Dacia for his teammate. Oh, it seems like 2 extra vehicles will be available for Acer right there.
Yeah, so they're going to pick whatever they can, and even if they're not going to use it, they're going to be denying other teams from being able to get some value out of it. Now, CGM Wolf, they're going to already start their rotation, and usually when we get these circles, I think we talked about this at length yesterday, is everyone will definitely want to be making those early moves, just because there's going to be a lot more opportunity and ability to get onto the island safely the sooner that you move. But yeah, if you really drop far away or places where there's insufficient loot, it's going to rain on your parade in terms of chance. Bad Boys, they're going to start rotating over here. BAE not even stopping after they've crossed the bridge. They're going all the way here for the military base. Currently, Zam going to be able to relay the information, but of course, military base is going to be usual proving ground, but they're actually going for the compounds a bit further south of there, where it gives them a lot of control and vision on the surrounding area.
Yeah, it seems like Battle Arena elites have a clue of what they really want to do, and perhaps they could catch a couple of boats docking by the southern side. Then maybe that might actually give them quite a number of kills. Speaking of boats, yes, it's Hype. and they are already moving from the corner of the Papka.
Yeah, this is looking very reminiscent of their rotation strategy for match number 2 yesterday. A very similar end result, hopefully. So Groza is going to be available here, but it's it's going to be all the way off the shore of Novo. Maybe we might see Team Hype get it, but I think they're just more concerned about just making landfall right now, as that's always going to be priority number 1. Acer Esports, similar position to what we've seen them in match rounds 1 and 2 of the tournament, but CGM Wolf going for a very similar pattern. They're going to be able to circumvent any threat. Oh, well, as I say that, Pocoyo just smacks into a rock. Thanks.
Yeah, I couldn't really blame him, as there's a lot of shadow coming from the trees. I couldn't see that as well. But oh, what a tracing coming in from Pinchi. But he could not land that finishing touch right there to knock Assy off of that buggy. Oh boy, I just enjoy watching some of all these crazy good sprays coming in from all these pro players.
Yeah, and unfortunate not to get the knock there. Of course, QRF going to be pretty happy with the turn of events there, as they definitely need to retain as much manpower as possible. I don't know what's happened today that only able to field the 3 players. Hopefully we will see 4 come back tomorrow, but now Mellow One is finally going to be rotating out of South George. It seems as though they've been up here on the north side of the map for way too long, considering the circle. And now Zost attack here is going to be attracting quite a bit of fire from the rejects. It's really just trying to navigate his way on the island a little bit better, but currently there's going to be someone in every corner, it would seem.
Whoa, man. He doesn't look like he was phased at all about all these gunfire, as he just keeps moving without even moving his steering wheel to left and right. It's like, okay, one more shot. Oh, I'll just hit through this corner. I'll be safe. But the rejects, though, M0, been having the rest of the members here are going on lots of taps all across those hills.
Tactical Raid. Now they are facing the real problem here. How do we get onto the island nice and safely? There are, of course, boats available here, but with people like Old Man here on the beachfront, it's going to make things difficult. So, wow, okay, Rixis, how many people are going to be smashing into objects on the map? But whatever it is, they are going to be able to finally nail down Old Man. They're at range RJ, but it's going to be able to get that. Team Max don't really have any backup here. But yes, lots of facepalm moments galore here. But it's been a long day, I guess.
Yeah, and okay. Close range spray down here. Fika catches Old Man hiding by the smokes as he chokes on some of all these white fumes, while Pasha tries to perhaps go into tap all the way there towards the boat side of Fairpure. But I don't think that there's any one of these members of Max that's going to be on that corner, while 24K is cautiously driving over this bridge here. All 4 vehicles, as they are worrying for their lives if they were to ever hop all in one into towards the island itself. So let's see where not will there be any sort of gatekeeping going on. While Kuruhara, after that good round, they're feeling pretty strong now, and they are looking to challenge Vitas. Oh! Yeah, lots of health being taken out.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Ghostly Boy going to take down McGill with basically 1 bullet, because he kind of dealt all this damage to himself already. But yeah, they're going to be fighting over at Primorsk, the last peninsula here, before they decide to make that final trip over the sea. Miguel is going to finally finish off, as Vites looking to close things out here in quite decisive fashion. CJ and Wolf, having rotated a lot earlier, they're going to have a lot of vision over that Primorsk Peninsula. And JV going to be the last surviving. Oh no, sorry. It's actually still JV going to still be up and alive here, as of course his 4T is going to be knocked down in that instance.
Oh man, there's so many battles across all these shores, across the islands, and man, QRF is taking the short end of the stick once again with Tactical Rave really mowing them down. As for the Battle of Primos, that was an interesting affair, as we saw. Not only was there the collision course by the trees, and everything else, but they were fighting to actually get the boat across, but it doesn't seem like there's actually much boats to begin with.
Yeah, I think most of them have actually already been taken already or scuttled, I would imagine. As now Mushi seemingly got nowhere to go, and TGM Wolf just piling on the pressure. But now they are going to get their backs shot up quite substantially by Battle Arena Leads. Actually, it's only Sophia that's here. Gets the knock, decides to already hightail it into close proximity. He's going to be able to finish that one off and take the territory with it. It looks like JV here is going to finally get finished. Sophia is just not able to confirm the kill just yet. Have to use a second grenade, and the rest of CGM not quite able to get into the position here to save their teammate. Sophia jostling around, using the terrain to his great advantage, and he's going to back out the blood.
The bomb is so good, you gotta do it twice, I guess, just to secure that point right there for Sophia. Well, he's going to be getting a little bit of safety at the very least, but the rejects here are going to be getting themselves a little bit of the action, as Squadro has already been knocked out early on. Kill being secured by Kimbap, as he will go in for those refills. Interesting enough, they do have extra vehicles to work with inside of this area of the garage. But over on the shores, this is where we're not going to be seeing all these great yaks to be enjoying their time by the ocean, but yeah, it's Ghostly Boy this time, getting taken out by Shidaki.
Woo! A revive team going to take out the entirety of Vitas, and I think the amount of chip damage onto the boat has just been building up substantially. And now Paulie moving especially into a new position just to unload here. His teammates are, oh no, it's actually going to be Team Max there. We're going to be weighing in. FFG, they're going to be in so much trouble. They have to get out of the boat now if they want to stand any chance. There's not going to be any way that they can come back from this one here. They're all going to be going swimming here. As the Team Max, they're not in a much better position, but they are in a better position.
What am I watching? Is this an episode of Fast and Furious or what? Like, Team Max, they are going Mad Max on this one as they are swapping to their seats, and they're having a little bit of that. Oh, I think it's going to be Hillfox burning out that boat. FFG is going to be losing out on Aoki, and Hillfox is going to be finding a little bit more to take here as they try to just have this boat drive right in. Oh boy. Oh boy. This ain't good.
Oh man, look at how it's slowly sinking. It looks so good. But yeah, Thydark is choosing to drink excessive amounts of salt water rather than give extra points to these other teams. Currently, only Bozo that is going to be left here for FFG. And remember, let's not forget, Mushi was the one swimming out here, taking a lot of heat. The team member came to save him, and now they're going fishing for nice loot supplies. But now we're going to see Revive team. There's some tanky damage over here on the main island. They're going to have to try and find their own way over here. But right now, things are starting to heat up at the military base.
Yeah, and I gotta say, nobody seems to have a license in this entirety of the map, as they are just running into more and more things across the field. Well, Mal Kendricks tries to bring up the SLR. He heard those shots coming in, and this is pretty much going to be choosing Kimbap getting spotted out, but no bullets flying out from the chamber of Mal Kendricks until now, as he will tap in towards the window, not connecting anything. But Aesir, though, they are mowing down PMA. British Fire already taken out alongside with P.
PMA are running around everywhere here with their vehicles as though it's bumper cars, and they're just attracting fire from all directions. Miracle is still alive by some miracle.
Oh man. Oh, just a perfect timing for those punts. Well, Bozo, he arrived to the scene and he actually taken out T-Max. What on earth is going on by the sea? He was all alone and he has turned things around. Now, towards the side of tactical rape, they are having that circle shrinking all the way in, and RT hopes to actually run them over, but they don't need to do so. They will expire by the blue, and yep, they loot up and say, hey, we're going to be some vultures here to take all these goodies from your crate.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean they managed to really get quite a good beachhead here, tanking a bit of blue damage. Black Rose here trying to weigh in on this one, but going to be a bit awkward. He's all by himself. He can't land enough of the shots there, and he's going to get taken down. That's an absolute tragedy right there. But Bozo, yes, he's getting another kill there onto one of the Team Max players. So the saga there on the coastline continues, and we'll have to see how our lone FFG player is going to be doing. Revive team going for a very daring rotation all the way around the side, but they're going to be able to spot out Rick Smith here as the last standing member for Tactical Rayab. He's actually going all the way through the fence line here, and again, we're seeing a lot of smacking into stuff.
Yeah, and it's kind of shocking to me that half of the population has already been wiped out in a span of less than 15 minutes. And now, Double J will find that knock over to the side of Noisy, expecting more members of the side of Revive team, denying them from reviving Noisy right there. The name has already applied a little pressure, and members of the side of Area 51, they are looking to push in.
Right now, the fence line is going to be offering a little bit of protection from all these frag grenades that are starting to fly out as Area 51. They're now in range. Oh, the headshot there is going to take down Mr. Flank. Currently, he's going to have a little bit of backup, but currently, this 2-2 split that they have going on is not going to enable them to really fight across that, but they are going to try and make up the difference here. They're trying to fend off this push. Look at Revive team. They're not going to let up here at all, as they're going to be able to take down Dabble J, but Mel Kendricks is going to be able to trade one back there onto Anga. So the score is going to be somewhat level, but came on with the nade. He's going to take down Vampires and finish off Anga in the process.
Wow, what a huge blow right there, while Downey is hoping to actually take some sort of pot shots here to connect a little bit of third party, while Team Revive, well, Revive team, to say it out correctly, is going to be crashing out at 13th. And as we go on a little bit of a standstill, as they slowly pick themselves from the floor, it seems to me that there's a little bit of that sort of the crease that they could possibly hide in for the time being for Area 51. They do have to circle. They don't need to move all too much. As for the side of Acer, they got a lot of good battles going on in their favor, but now there's going to be a little bit of challenge if that phase 4 is going to be moving in towards a different territory.
And here's Bozo, 3 kills to the name here. So I wonder if all of them are Team Max players, but definitely earn his survivalist rating if he gets onto the top 5 list by the end of the day, I dare say.
Yeah, and I really got to give props to him. I have no clue how he managed to do just that. Okay, I think he might just be stuck right here. Okay, he found his way out. Oh, wait.
Oh, dear God. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Not like this. Oh, can he make it on?
Oh, yeah. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. The man is fighting for his life.
Give him a break. I can't take this. I'm crying. Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I feel so bad for him.
So heartless. He's so far away as well, and he just smacked him all the way back down. But yeah, hey, you know what? When you got a championship on the line, you're gonna pick up whichever kill that you can. And Bozo, hats off to him, the man that tried substantially, against all the odds, but got swatted anyways. And now we're gonna see phase 5 starting to emerge here. Have to pardon us a little bit, but definitely a good occurrence to happen in this very final round of the day. 24K, they're trying to get a little bit of vision going for them. Currently, they do have all 4 players alive, so they're definitely having a much better round here. But ACR Esports, Demon Eater, and one more, it's just going to be a little bit under the weather here than what we're probably hoping from them after the good round that they managed to get in the round number 4.
Oof, I gotta take a big breath before I come back here. I'm still trying to hold my laughter. Like, I think that's the best clip that we have all night. But here comes John Chow. He's gonna be going up for a flank. Oh, he gets that headshot. Pocoyo's gonna be down. Oh, he does the bullet once again. He gets the second one. My goodness me! It is gonna be SGM to still survive with Slide Indeed taking him out.
Oh my goodness, Hype! What are you? That they're able to really mow down the entirety of CGM Wolf. They've only got one player left standing here, and now Wolf is going to get absolutely destroyed here as Flood is constantly flying in all the lead as CGM Wolf is going to go out in 11th position here. Kenny is going to be able to get that nade spot on, but 24K, they're kind of suffering here, but I think we've seen the definition of suffering, haven't we, Contra?
Oh yeah, I think there's nothing more painful than that. But hey, he got himself that 3K. It's a little bit of a consolation prize at the very least. So, yep, Sophia. Oh, look at this team from the thing, and he's just casually strolling like, hey, I got that free kill, and now I'm a free man.
Stone cold. Stone cold.
But wait, how? I really do wonder though, where was Sophia when he landed that shot? Because he seems to be pretty far away.
He was pretty far away. He was up there on the hill, but don't worry, he could see the smoke that Bozo actually tossed out for himself. Oh my goodness. Yeah,
if only he didn't smoke, then maybe he might have walked in alive, if that's the case. Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure, but I think he thought he was trapped, so he's putting up smoke signals or something like that, you know, for people to help him. So I think Sophia found the quickest resolution to the problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, we were detracted too much from the action, ladies and gentlemen, but we did see the clip of the Dela, so you have to bear with us a little bit. But in any case, now we're getting to phase 6. It's going to be shifting a little bit further down, but the shot's not quite landing here. Sophia is going to continue on with the killing spree here as BAE is going to finally finish off Bad Boys. It's Neferhor also going to be weighing in a little bit earlier on, and Sophia playing the Vanguard is going to really be able to seal the deal on quite a number of these kills as Hype, they're looking to have a pretty good game as well. They have the 3 players still there, and after that decimation of CGM Wolf, they're going to be feeling pretty confident with themselves.
Yeah, and as for Sophia, he's like, okay, this seems to be a very odd game because kills just kept coming at me, like, without needing all too much effort in a certain way. And yeah, that was a drive-by that I don't think that there's any chance at all that the driver would have actually hit him with the Sia. But here comes Loki's taking on Kenny 9X, finishing him off, and there goes 24K finishing off at 9th. But we still have 2 more players left for the side of PMA.
Yeah, and everyone's starting to secure some of these spots. Miracle and Downey are going to be still alive here for PMA after doing the bumper card routine earlier on. But now Hype is taking quite a bit of damage. Neferhor is going to be able to finish him off, but Sophia is coming in for the big 1-2 punch. Is going to be able to get Robinoid, and now there's only going to be live action, but going to be a little bit further off to the side here. But this is 9 kills already on the board for BAE, and after sustaining some disappointing results in the previous game, they are looking to be firing on all cylinders, and honestly, it's always back and forth between the Rejects and BAE, and probably going to continue all the way until the end.
Yeah, speaking of that back and forth, the Rejects are already putting some bullets towards the side of Loki's right now. A couple of nades being tossed towards the side of live action as he drives past. So that will be pretty much an interesting reaction coming from live action, as he's not fearing for his life. He's driving it up towards the northern end, trying to hide by the broken plains. And he's being joined by Rixis, who's also being left out alone. Well, I gotta say, that was pretty much a daredevil attempt.
Yeah, Crifted also going to be wiped out here, and we're seeing hugely fast rotation coming out from Battle Arena, leads to swinging clockwise fashion here, going to secure whatever little bit of high ground still exists, and it's going to be at the expense of Aesir. They're all the way down here by the roadside. Now there is going to be a little bit of hard cover available to them, but now look at this 2-2 split that BAE has going. It's going to get a lot of good angles on all these teams if they decide to get out of any of their buildings. It's going to be very detrimental, and now with the circle shift south, it's going to be pretty good. Flood landing a few of the shots there onto the rejects.
Yeah, and I'm kind of concerned for the rejects because the circle is slowly shifting all the way downwards. Eventually, they might need to leave the vicinity of the buildings while A51, they are dealing with a couple of nades flying their way. Oh, perfectly lobbed towards the south. Malcandrix! Fifth kill for Rixis.
Wow, Rixis getting it all right on the spot there, and he's going to be able to deal some serious damage. But right now, this is going to still corral a lot of these teams moving a little bit further south. Mr. Flank, though, is going to be able to finish off the last Tactico Rhea player. And he's going to bow out of this one. Only 5 teams left remaining here. PMA attracting a bit of damage there, but they're going to have some pretty solid cover available. But Battle Arena Elites looking to exploit whatever that they can here. Currently, Flood is not going to be inside the zone, but they have got some easy passage to get back into the swing of things if they so choose to.
Well, Mr. Flank is looking to put more kills on the board. Well, Flood will be able to knock out Miracle after taking a long peek over at a broken tank. And PMA is only down to 1 member. Donny does not really have much time to actually go in for the revival. That phase 7 is closing right in. He's got to make a run for his life. Well, M0 is going to be putting down 4 members on the side of Area 51. M0!
Woohoo! M0 and Batman completely chewing up the entirety of Area 51, and they're going to look for more. Downey not being confirmed as a kill there. It's going to be the blue zone that's going to be able to get that one, but it's the 2 reject players that are absolutely clearing house there, and they're going to be pretty thrilled with that one, but still, things are going to be a little bit precarious now, and finally, we might be seeing a finish here with 4 players up here for both BAE and the rejects, and get a dash of Acer Esports thrown in there as well for good measure.
So far, Acer Esports have improved tremendously. A whole lot of third place finish for today, and of course, all these ranking points have been working wonders for them. Oh! Loki's catches on Kimbap. I'm not sure if there's any time for any revival, but this is going to put a dent on what the side of TR has to offer. Well, Josiah, inside the smokes, there's a few sort of bullets raining in from Sophia. M0, if he does have a frag, he could have gotten that secured already.
Oh, right now, with this next and final circle, it is going to be very much in favor of Battle Arena Elites. They have taken a very poor position. Neferhor getting a knock there on the Demon Eater, and he is going to be the vanguard. Really going to be preventing a lot of the space here for the likes of the rejects to move into Acer Esports. Getting finished off there as Loki's is going to be obliging over there. And now it is going to be the rejects versus Battle Arena Elites, as this is the top 2 teams going at it head to head. Battle Arena Elites will be taking this positional advantage quite strongly right now. Batman taking another hit there. He's going to get knocked down once more, and it's going to be ever so precarious for them to get out of this one.
Now, this position definitely does not benefit members of the rejects at all, as they have to move all the way in. While Battle Arena Elites have already got them all surrounded, the Wolf Pack has arrived and they will take themselves out. They know that this is a losing battle as BAE secures yet another chicken dinner of the day. Starting with the first one and ending up the day strong once more.
And they get the 14 kills to boot there. As is an awesome plays coming out there for them to really solidify that one. I just saw the Bozo replay again, so I'm having a good time right now. But yeah, I think that was a little bit unfortunate in that particular instance. But yeah, that's the first time that we really got to see them right at the end there. Both the Battle Arena Elites going at it together with the likes of the rejects. So that's gonna again put another spin onto the championship race here for the Singapore and Malaysia series.
Well, of course, we'll be calculating some of all these points here right after this. We'll be revealing to you the entirety of the standings and, of course, bringing you the highlights because today we got a whole lot of good stuff going on right there, I hope. And, of course, so with that being said, we definitely thank you guys for tuning in all the way. Don't leave just yet because we still got more to show you for what's in store for tomorrow. And of course, big shout out to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, and Cause and Effect. So I believe that we might be going on a short break, and then when we come back, we'll show you everything that you guys need to know. Or not just yet.
Well, I guess while we're waiting for the next action here, I mean, looking at this game again, we're blessed with having quite the island finish available to us, and I think that really offered quite a bit of interesting gameplay. So everyone has to be well practiced at playing this type of game. They got no excuses. We all saw it happen yesterday. Two identical games pretty much to today's final game. So I think looking at this, we did see a little bit more in terms of the sharper rotations coming out from some of these teams as well, 24K as well, managing to get in. And then it was more about how they were going to deal with their overall positioning in the later stages. But yeah, I think we did see some good individual performances. Sophia, I think for Battle Arena Elites, probably he's going to be quite high on the kill charts here, together with Flood yet again. Really able to take a lot of these solo fights and really showing no fear when faced against these prospects.
Yeah, and so many of all these players have been really going on their A game once again. I gotta say, Sophia should be the top fragger of the last game of today, or could it be Flood once again? We gotta wait and see to see who's the top fragger overall at the very end. But man, some of them were just delivered directly to Sophia, and one SOS call by the edge of the shore has pretty much given him a little bit of that pointer right there as well. So, yeah, that was all that we have for the side of Battle Road Elites, as they actually were the first few guys who rotated in towards the island, and from the south side, they covered up the entirety of the game by the end of it all. That's how they did.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll be taking a very short 5-minute break here. And with that, we'll be showing you how our end of day scores look like, and also the results from the previous match, along with the day's highlights. So don't go away.
哇，是五个急救吗？这个我呀
！Level 3 vests and helmets with the.
What the f? 이렇게? 아치! 조금 많은데 저거.
Oh, what? Duncan's M4? No!
Yo, baby! Whoa!
Rolling down the lonely roads of Sanhok is PUBG's latest feature, a heavily armored loot truck carrying a treasure trove of gear for those persistent enough to take it down. But where can you find these trucks? What loot do they offer, and how do you stop them? Loot trucks spawn exclusively on Sanhok and originate from one of several garages located around the island. When the match starts, up to 4 of these garages will release a truck, which travels roads around the island until taken down by players. Up to 4 trucks will roam the island at a time, and another will be spawned each time one is destroyed, up to a maximum of 8 total trucks per match. These heavily armored behemoths require a large assault to take down, and will push anything in their path out of the way. They can even resist the force of other vehicles running into them. In fact, the only way to stop a loot truck's movement is by deploying spike strips, though even then the pause is only temporary. Still, a stationary target is easier to hit than a moving one. Loot trucks take decreased damage due to their heavy armor, but they do have some vulnerabilities. Attacking the trucks from the sides will deal increased damage, and explosive weapons such as the Panzerfaust, which now spawns in Sanhok, pack a heavy punch against these trucks as well. As the trucks take damage, they'll drop containers of loot, and give even more once destroyed completely. This loot can contain level 3 gear, and weapons already kitted out with attachments. There are even 4 specially skinned weapons from a historic moment in Sanhok's past. One quick note, loot truck explosions are no minor thing, so make sure you give them some room when they finally go boom. Every shot fired is a signal to enemy teams, so you'll need tactics, persistence, and speed to take them down and safely loot their treasures. These trucks often travel through the reworked towns of the island, so start here if you want a little more cover while you take them down. Loot trucks are spawning now on Sanhok, so grab your team, some explosives, and a lot of ammo, and drop in today.
Behold, the beautiful island of Sanhok. This cap of land is home to lush vegetation, rustic communities, and plenty of sights for the eager tourist to take in. Here's one now, blazing up the trails on the sturdy and reliable Tookshy. Just look at him go. But Sanhok wasn't always the pinnacle of Battleground's locales. Just like everywhere else, it had to evolve and grow to stay relevant as Battleground's rules evolved for a more exciting match. From the hidden bunkers and war-torn fields of Erangel, to the A la Muerte Vamos racetrack on Miramar. From Vikendi's Dino Land and frozen lakes to black zones of Karakin, there's a variety of battlegrounds for everyone to enjoy. Some even have their own special features. Pick up the Panzerfaust and sticky bombs to blow some holes in destructible walls on Karakin. Ooh, watch out for that backblast. The motor glider on Erangel and Miramar lets contestants soar to new heights. Be sure to pick up the Mosin Nagant on Vikendi before you board the top-of-the-line locomotive. Convenient vending machines drop boost items on Miramar, and if you're quick enough, you can drive the Golden Murado. What a beauty! Just don't blow those tires running over a spike strip. Some folks remember a time before grabbing onto ledges was permitted in the official rules. A contestant fleeing the blue zone would leap for a ledge, only to remember it was an illegal action. Ooh, that's gotta sting! Luckily, vaulting and ledge grabbing were eventually made legal, and the Battlegrounds match excitement increased significantly. Weapons especially have been upgraded time and time again to keep matches fresh and fun. Let's check in with these 2 contestants. Say that, which firearms are you fellas using? Well, those are fine weapons, but you're not making the most of them. Here, try this stock for your M16, and this red dot for your micro Uzi. We've made attachments easy to equip, so now they can slot automatically when you loot them. You can even quick swap them to new weapons you pick up. Gee, thanks, mister. Now you 2 run along and kill each other. Those 2 could have used some more time on Camp Jackal, our prestigious training area, to learn how to properly use weapons and attachments, not to mention all other facets of the Battlegrounds. For those who prefer to practice on live targets, arcade mode gives you a different way to play, including the fan-favorite Team Deathmatch. Communication is key on the Battlegrounds, so we've made it easier to share your plans with teammates, regardless of language. Spot pings and quick markers give information quickly and easily. You can even let allies know which supplies you need. Speaking of supplies, the best gear on the island is just a signal away when using a flare gun. Call in a special care package that contains crate weapons and gear, or the heavily armored and amphibious BRDM-2 transport. You there, you're leaving a valuable tool laying around. That gas can used to only refuel vehicles, but can now be used to set fiery and explosive traps. He's over here, fellas. Now wait for it, and blammo! Why, there's even a tool to deal with those pesky building campers. One stick of C4 is all it takes to send them scattering into the open, making them such an easy target that even little Timmy could pick them off. It's fun for the whole family. For those looking to prove what they're made of, Survival Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and the new Ranked mode are all available to show the world you have what it takes, no matter the discipline. There are even special rewards for Ranked mode that you can't get anywhere else, so rank up while the season is active. Yes, my friend, the battlegrounds continue to evolve, and Sanhok is getting the royal treatment with Season 8. Expect to see more on the loot truck, decoy grenade, and secret history of the legendary Sanhok 4 as Season 8 draws on. For now, drop into your favorite battleground and enjoy all the content PUBG has to offer. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Singapore and Malaysia series. We're back here to present to you the final results here for the day. With me is the awesome Contra. I am Play of the J, and we'll be bringing to you that plus more together with the end of day highlights.
That's right, and of course, today we see some amazing plays from start to finish, and the very final round, it seems to be a pretty much a crazy bout where even in the span of 15 minutes, we've already lost so many players that it was only half the population left. But here are your top fraggers for our 10th match of the entire run of the tournament, and Flood seems to be the top fragger for this map itself, alongside with Rixus with 5. Sophia managed to snatch 4 kills. A whole lot of players managed to get 3 kills in the back, and I'm pretty sure Bozo is somewhere among that list. But yeah, his face doesn't seem to pop up as well. But hey, I'm not complaining at all. But the guy that took him down seems to be up on the board at the very least.
Yeah, so technically he features into some of the stats on your screen right now as one of the 4 kills there under Sophia. But yeah, our heart goes out to Bozo right there. In any case, that is your top fraggers for the map number 10. So let's take a look now. How did these frags result in these teams in terms of their overall points haul from this game? Let's take a quick look at our match results, ladies and gentlemen. So, of course, Battle Arena Elites, they did manage to pull in a monstrous total yet again here with the 24 points on the back of the 14 kills. Doing pretty handily against the rejects in the final circle, albeit they did have a bit of an advantage when it came to the final stages. But again, it's something that they work towards, and the rejects only going to be able to get 11 kills from that, despite some ferocious fighting, particularly with Badman and M0 towards the end at the southwest corner of the Sosnovka military base. Rayab, Tactical Rayab is going to be able to get 8 points from that. Revive Team and ACR Esports both getting 7 from that. Area 51 going to be getting 6. PMA also only able to get 6, while Hype is going to get 4 with VTIS.
Yeah, and there's a lot of single digit coming in across the board from the second half, from 4 points, 3 points, 2 points for Vitas, FFG, 24K Esports, as well as Batboy Gaming. And, we were expecting Team Max to actually pick up quite a number of kills, but instead, they got wiped out by Bozo himself by the corners of the water. There's so many places where bullets were just flying all across. Even in the ocean, they were basically playing some tactical ship warfare in certain way or another. And of course, this is going to be the total match 10 points that has been accumulated by all of these teams. We'll be looking at the overall scoreboard for day number 2 in just a bit. And now it's going to be BAE on top of the chart there, as they are trying to separate themselves from the rest of the pack once again. And oh man, it's just 10 points apart for the rejects to chase up. And of course, that meant a chicken dinner difference between the two of these teams, while Hype comes in at third place.
In the grand scheme of things, 10 points between these two teams is not an awful lot. They've been swapping positions backwards and forwards here. Rejects managed to take the lead in the previous round with a 4-point lead, and now it looks as though that Battle Arena lead's going to be bouncing back there, as they're looking to break the 100-kill barrier here pretty soon. But that 10 kills there is going to be doing significant work. Hype is going to be in that third position with 88 points as well. PMA is still going to be in that fourth position and 85. And CGM Wolf, they're still in fifth place here, but I think it's probably because of the fact that there's a huge gap to ACR Esports. CGM Wolf has not had a fantastic day number 2. I think the closing to day number 1 definitely was something that they can look back fondly on. So they're going to have to try and see how they can try and get back into that third place here. But ACR Esports, they had much better performances today on the whole, especially that Demon Eater moment. Unfortunately, didn't get the one-on-one versus Cheesy Kimbap. And 24K definitely bounce back themselves. I think we can definitely see them assault further up the standings. Revive Team still going to be the top half. But yeah, I think overall the second half of the table has been jostling around a little bit, but these teams are not far off from getting into the top half by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and we're looking at Vites here, who used to be securing that 7th place spot, has played a little bit of that switching chairs in that sort of sense, where 24K has been moving up the ladder not too much significantly, but it's still going to be mattering for them at the very least, as there's still 4 more days of play for all these 16 teams on board. And of course, with that, we definitely wrapped up the entirety of the day, but we still have even more for you guys to check out because the highlights are coming up right now for you guys to have a look. But before that, this is going to be your top fragger of day number 2, as Flood has managed to secure 34 kills in the span of just 2 days.
Yeah, that's an absolutely insane amount. And let's not forget that I think he managed to get 39 or 40 plus just from the qualifiers. So qualifiers is 15 rounds. So this is 10 rounds only have been played. So he's not far off from reaching that kills total. Sophia, 24 kills. Cheesy Kimbap with 23. Neferhor, 20 together with Batman. So that's absolutely nuts here, as we're pretty much having contributions for these overall stats mostly coming out from these two teams. But with that, the two top fraggers, let's now shift our attention over here towards the highlight segments here coming out from the entirety of day number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and now we're going to be looking into some of all these key plays coming in the early stage of the day. PMA managed to rack up quite a number of points on top of this hill, where Flood really opened up the charts here with this pickup here alongside with Nevermore. Got Kenny 9G right across. Well, after that, they've managed to go in for a rotation, and Sophia goes in for a really great pickup. Although he did not pick up the guy that was driving that Mirado, but it doesn't really matter as they got what they needed. And this is where it all started to stack up, as members of BAE were pushing towards the side of Hype, but that's 1-6 shot coming from Tower Jibba.
Oh yeah, and Huruhara, this is where they're starting to try and pick themselves up, but it wasn't meant to be. FFG, though, gonna really be weighing in on the surrounding teams, also just trying to get in, but the key battles were already fought here. Battle Arena Elite's already taking the spot away from Team Hype, and that was always going to allow them to rain hellfire down onto all the inhabitants of San Martin, as they are just trying to get into a little bit of a better area of safety here. But yeah, everyone else just getting absolutely congested together. Area 51 forced to fight off in close quarters with Vitas. CG and Wolf not really having the best of day number 2, and it started here as 3 players not able to push into the 2, covering the high ground for Battle Arena Elites.
Yeah, and this is where Azo really took a really good peek and eventually landed that sick, crazy shot towards the side roulette. And Neferhor had this tag team going on with Flood. He says, you know what, you want to top the frag board? Yeah, go ahead, take this one, because, yep, I can easily flush out Ezo, and of course, by the end of it all, Battle Arena Leads managed to secure Game 1.
Yeah, and really closing things out, 24K though would be getting their best result to date there. And yeah, to start things off, Hype did manage to get a nice bit of roadkill going here. But Battle Arena, at least this is when they started to go for a little bit of a different tactic here, dropping out maybe a bit later than normal and going in for a very long rotation. Edsas here just not seemingly as prepared as he should be, and it was going to be Anga going to take full advantage of that, as he was going to be able to get a nice bit of an ambush going on.
Yeah, like, I thought that he could have actually taken him off the vehicle at the very least, and Miguel kind of drove right into it. Even if he does not get sprayed down, he'll be crashing on some of all these spots, but Downey definitely had that really sharp shot right there to secure those kills with that flank coming in from the opposing side. Pete, though, gets that shot. Well, we're going to be looking at how Azo really put the nail to tactical rape right there.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of these teams just getting completely entangled. They just made it like incredibly difficult for them to really try and navigate forward on it in this game. But Bad Boys, they were in a lot of trouble, caught in the crossfire, but they did manage to do some serious damage. I do believe that Battle Arena Elite did meet their end at the hands of them. CJ and Wolf, this 3v2 battle against 24K didn't work out in their favor, but in the end, it was going to be CJ and Wolf having the last say in this, with Porfoyo being able to seal the final kill there on to the last remaining player for 24K. This is their best result from the whole day there, as it's a bit of a far cry from what kind of the performances that we saw coming out from the CGM Wolf players yesterday.
Yeah, and check this out. Hillfox was being extremely sneaky as he was hiding right in between these two members right there. He catches out Assy first, and eventually also take out the other player X's right across, which a stake clutch. And yep, Omen came to the rescue, and of course with that sort of push, they managed to clear off the entirety of Kirith.
Yeah, good 1-2 punch to really clear out the entirety of the squad there. But now, of course, 24K, this is when things tended to slide a little bit away from them, and they couldn't quite keep up the momentum that they managed to build over the first 2 rounds. And yeah, they were going to meet pretty much the end here at the hands of FFG. They would go on to go and catch the last running away member, as Ace here also facing a lot of problems, as the circle here going to be focusing on the northern to the north of San Martin.
Yeah, that happened. Well, Koyo almost had the bike running to him, but he says, "Oh, you know what? I got the Scar to do the trick. Why not?" And yep, this is where Sophia put a 4K ace right across the board with that spray down.
Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Glad to be able to see that. Unfortunately, didn't get to see it firsthand, but now we will see, of course, that things descended to a little bit of chaos here for Team Max, as they're just getting caught out in the open. Hillfox left to do it alone against the entirety of Guruhara, and it was pretty much a tall order, and this is where Battle Arena Elites facing the pressure, as PMA, it's not giving them any breathing room at all, and this is going to be incredibly difficult for them to deal with. But Sophia and Nepalhor taking what was given to them, and they were going to be able to not able to get out of that fight, but PMA went down soon after that, as Aether came right over the top.
Yeah, that was a perfect VMR spray coming in from Batman's SLR, and man, so good. I wish I could watch it twice, but yeah, technically I did with this replay, and Batman got that really good spray down across the board as well. Eventually, it was Hype to really close the chapter, as he managed to still take one more kill before bowing out.
Yeah, and after that, we did move on to Erangel, where things started to get a little bit spicier in terms of the shifts, in terms of this overall score. As you see quite a number of good individual plays. Mr. Flank coming to mind here. We might be able to see that a little bit later on in the sequence, but 24K, again, trying to pick themselves up after that good first 2 rounds, but it wasn't meant to be here in this round. But this is where Battle Arena Elites coming out with all the stops. And yeah, Sophia not able to come out with it, as they were trying to go for this 2-2 split strategy. Didn't quite work out, and Sophia and Nepalhor would both meet their end.
Yeah, they were driving straight in towards a whole lot of tight territories there. And Demon Eater, oh boy, he popped off the entire game, and he was in the top rack charts for a very good reason. This is where he all started here. Look at this. Acer Esports didn't really have much kills to begin with, but he starts stashing it up from the top side of this hill. He gets that perfect peak. The map goes in for 1 as well to finish off BBG.
Yeah, so this is Acer's way of really like trying to put the pressure onto the surrounding teams. But of course, the rejects were always in the thick of things here, just mowing down player after player, and they managed to get one up onto their rivals BAE, as they were losing players in the southern side of the zone. Later on, this is always going to be a little bit more of a difficult proposition. Hype was trying to extend their influence on the game here after being able to get a monstrous round. Rabinoid just absolutely destroying the likes of Vitas here. But speaking of destroyed, we did see some great shots coming out from Mr. Flank. And of course, Hype still trying to control this area. Didn't take care of the back door here, and Mr. Flank would absolutely annihilate answers to start things off.
Yeah, and things were going so well for Hype until this very moment where Mr. Flank just mowed down every single member of Hype. Look at how well he actually used the terrain to get advantage, and eventually Team Hype was just absolutely silent at that moment.
Yeah, good plays. 3 kills coming out straight away for him. But towards the end, of course, Demon Eater, this is when he came into his own in terms of clutching out. And the coordination with him and Elliot for this to finish off Mr. Flank as well was going to be crucial for them to focus on the task at hand. And that was namely the fact that they had the entire presence here of PMA and the rejects that they had to be a little bit mindful of.
Yeah, and after all of that sort of commotion, there was only a few more players left on the board, where Acer was looking really strong to really end the game on the high note, but after picking on to members of the side of PMA, leaving only Dreamswire are behind, Demon Eater could not end the sort of the game with the perfect run there, but this sort of spray inside of smoke was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, sublime shots coming out there from the likes of Acer Esports. The only problem is that they were not able to take into account some of the members there from Team Rejects at the same time as PMA. It came down to the 1v1, and Cheesy Kimba was going to be able to clutch this out as, of course, the location completely known there to the likes of the Rejects player.
Yeah, we see a lot of battles by the corner of the shore, and I'm not too sure if this was the best idea coming here from the side of Huara. But both these teams, they don't seem to have boats to work with. And speaking of boats, yep, we're looking at Max here really driving in the ocean to perhaps secure a little bit of the sector. But Sophia started off his kill streaks from this point onwards. Yep, 2 nades to take on members of the side of CGM to really get that kill onto his Pasha. And as CGM Mirage, he will be able to back up to safety. Easy kill for his side of Cheesy Kebab as well. And now, yep, here comes the drama inside of the sea.
Yeah, so FFG, of course, going in for that long water rotation. They were going to meet up with the likes of Team Max here. Bozo, the last player left alive, he was going to be able to get 2 kills for his troubles. And looking at Revive Team, they managed to put a lot of the finishing touches there on the tactical rave. Didn't really get things going here in day number 2, but they definitely did try their hardest here, as we did see Black Ross not able to come out with it in the end.
Yeah, Era 51, we saw them really camping out for some time, but Revive Team has got some magnificent shot coming here from the side of Shigaki. When John Shout, he just managed to get that perfect sort of spray and avoids a little bit of trouble to eventually get another knock over on the members of CGM Wolf, leaving only Slidey behind.
But yeah, it was only 1 frag grenade away, and Kenny 9X was going to be obliging straight away. And yeah, Hype just not having a lot of luck here. They're going to run into quite a bit of problems as they're looking to try and sustain. Came on is also trying to do his best, but yeah, it looks like Rix is going to be able to pick him up. But he was the lone player left for Tactical Rave and against the entirety of Area 51. Not going to be easy, but he was going to be able to take Mal Kendricks with him as it was going to be a perfect nade. But this is M0 and Batman going ham right in close quarters and going to be able to really mow down all of the would-be invaders in the form of the Area 51 team.
Yeah, M0 definitely did not step on my lawn, but at the very end of it all was Battle Arena Elites that had the circle advantage that worked in their favor, and eventually members of the side of the Rejects, they didn't really want to give those points out, so they just set up a Molotov and they went down in flames. But hey, you know what? They are happy enough with that result on second place. You know, I'm a little bit disappointed. There was one clip that I was hoping to see,
One clip.
and that one specific clip that will be kept a secret for days to come. All right, but man, Bozo definitely clutched out that warfare battle out there, and for some reason, Team Max have lost out to that singular player that has been inside water for the longest of time, and to this day, it was such a big mystery. But you know, Sophia says, your story's over right there."
Oh yeah, exactly. So Sophia definitely wants to write his own story here for the course of this tournament. And I think with that, you know, it's like just want to give again one huge thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, cause and effect for making this entire series possible. So big shout out to you, and also to all the viewers for watching and streaming, and hope you managed to have a very enjoyable time joining us this evening. And Contra, do you have any final words here before we sign off for day number 2?
Well, tomorrow we'll still be here, same time, same place. You'll be able to catch us about 7:30 p.m. GMT plus 8 onwards to be able to catch all the action here for another 5 matches to come. We're starting off with match 11, and I believe that we'll be having 3 rounds inside of Erangel before we move in towards Miramar for the upcoming rounds to end the day 3 itself. So moving closer towards the halfway mark, I guess teams now, of course, will be getting themselves pretty much having those hearts pounding a little bit quicker than they should, as the nerves will get to them on whether or not do they make it out towards the top of the podium and hopefully representing as SGMY in the global stages of the PCS2. And that's all from me, Contra. And this is Play of the J. We hope to be seeing you tomorrow for our upcoming games. So till then, we bid you goodbye and have a good rest.
White lies,